Janet, can you hear us? Yeah, okay, good.
Okay, good.
Let me bring the bin behind you if you want.
Pardon? Okay.
Yeah.
Sure. Let me know when you're ready. Ready, Madam Chair. All right. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call to order this October 19th, 2023 meeting of the Planning and Zoning Commission to order. Could we? Thanks for your attention. We have a little bit of housekeeping to do, so I think we'll do that first, just because we've got a lot of people and I think a lot of people who want to speak tonight. So, Erin.
Sure. If anyone, I've made this announcement as people have trickled in. I do have 2 sign-up sheets for any members of the public who wish to speak on either application, 916 Boston Post Road, the General's residence property, or the Planned Development District text amendment. Please come forward and sign your name, or write your name, sorry, and your address. And that's just for our minute keeping to keep record of who's here. And then for those folks online, we have your name and I'll ask you when it's time to speak to identify yourself for the record as well.
Thanks, Erin. And because we have 3 public hearings scheduled for this evening, I want to take a few minutes to review the process of public hearings. During the public hearing, the applicant will be invited to join as a panelist if they're Zooming or in person to present the application, explaining to the commission and others present what is being requested. The applicant or staff will share all application materials on the screens as needed. Or I think we have some physical signs here too. Comments of town agencies will be read for each application if there are any. There will be clarifying questions from the commissioners. Then there will be an opportunity for clarifying questions from attendees. Please raise your hand through the Zoom platform if you're on Zoom. And or in person here, raise your hand and wait to be called on and unmuted. Actually, this is kind of tricky doing it hybrid, but we'll manage. Next, those who wish to support the application may come forward, and then those who oppose the application may come forward. We often, for the sake of timeliness, combine those. So we'll see how things go. As the public hearing must be recorded, it is necessary for speakers to identify themselves each time they speak by stating their name and address. The applicant will then have an opportunity to address any questions or concerns raised by the public or commissioners. Once the public hearing is closed, the applicant is free to leave or remain for the balance of the regular meeting, during which the commission will try to reach a decision on each application. Each applicant will be notified in writing as to the decision of this commission and has a right to appeal to Superior Court if desired. Decisions of this meeting are available the day after the meeting by calling the Land Use Department at 203-245-5631 after 9 a.m. All actions taken tonight by the commission will be by roll call. All commissioners and staff will identify themselves for the record before speaking. Seated this evening, we have members, commissioners, Bob O'Connor, Bob Reinhardt, Don Duza, Mike Bogda, John Morgan. Usually the Johns sit together and it makes it much easier for me. And myself, Carol Snow, I'm chair. I would also like to seat Mike Bogda to fill a vacancy. So participate in all of the public hearing. Staff present this evening is Erin Mannix, town planner. Town planner. Oh, sorry, Janet Peckinpah is attending by Zoom. Hi, Janet. Sorry. We'll be sure to keep our eyes on you as well in case you want to participate. This meeting is live streamed on YouTube and will be made available on the town website for viewing. Additionally, I would like to ask that we treat each other respectfully throughout the meeting, and the town planner will now read the legal notice.
Sure. Notice is hereby given that the Planning and Zoning Commission will hold a public hearing on Thursday, October 19th, 2023 at 7 p.m. in Meeting Room A. Town Campus, 8 Campus Drive, Madison, Connecticut, 06443. This is a hybrid meeting and attendees may also join via Zoom webinar through either the webinar link or call-in information. The webinar ID is 915-8196-6735. Password is 452138. Call-in number 646-558-8656. The following applications will be heard. 916 Boston Post Road, application 23-43. This is map 39, lot 3 and 4, zone R2. Owner applicant is the General's Residences at Fence Creek Homeowners Association, Inc. Special exception permit modification and coastal site plan application for the removal of a public access viewing area. Application 23-44, applicants Julie Ovian and Frank Angelino. Petition for regulation text amendment, section 32, Plan Development District. Application 23-46, 31 Stony Lane, map 36, lot 25-2, zone R1. Owner is Barberry 12 LLC. Applicant is Thomas A. Stevens and Associates, Inc. Petition for zone boundary change and development plan approval to establish open space conservation district. Copies of these applications are available for inspection in the land use office. Further details on how to participate in the webinar are posted on the Town of Madison website, www.madisonct.org. All written correspondence may be submitted to the Land Use Department via email to landuse@madisonct.org. Dial 203-245-5631 for assistance. Dated at Madison, Connecticut, this 26th day of September, 2023. Carol Snow, Chair. This was published once in the source on October 5th and once on October 12th.
Thank you, Erin. We have 2 seats here if you'd like to come in the front. And Danny, can you hear us okay? Okay, good. All right. Can I have a motion to open the public hearing for 23-43, 916 Boston Post Road? Thank you. Second. John Duza. Discussion, in favor. All right, the public hearing is open.
For just a matter of presenting, we'd ask that if you are presenting on behalf or speaking to the commission to please come up to the podium. It would just be a little easier to focus.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Cindy Gardner, 916 Boston Post Road, Madison. So thank you to Aaron and the entire Planning and Zoning Commission for allowing us a chance to present, to request to modify our plan at the General's Residence at Fence Creek. First of all, I just want to tell you about myself. I love living in Madison. I grew up here, raised my children here. I also taught first and second grades at every elementary school in Madison for 27 years. I retired only a few years ago and feel as if I raised a town. I even have 2 of my daughters that moved back to buy homes in Madison and currently have 4 grandchildren in Madison Public Schools now. 3 of them are at Jeffrey School where I last taught. So I truly want what's best for Madison to improve an already beautiful coastal town. My husband Mike and I downsized and bought into the General's Residence. We were the first to contract, first to build, first to move in. Early in the process, I noticed on one of the plans that there was a teardrop shape directly adjacent to our proposed site and asked about it. I was told not to worry about it. It wasn't part of their plan. It was from previous developer's plan and left on by mistake, and they would fix that. When we signed our contract, there was no mention of a viewing area at all. It's not in our contract, in our HOA bylaws, or deed, or our declaration, which is double-sided, all of this paperwork, no mention of it. So after living in our home for 1 year and 5 months, this past February 2023, we learned from Adam Gutenberg that the viewing area was resurrected as part of the project when Adam met with Aaron Mannix to review the outstanding items of the project that was needed to be resolved for the final units to close. So we were then informed of this twist. It was a wake-up call for me. So as a result, Mike and I took a deeper dive into all these documents and found out that our purchase and sale agreement did refer to a public offering statement dated May 21st, 2020 by the developers with the town that stated 3 things. The applicant shall install the appropriate boundary markers to delineate the extent of the riparian buffer to Fence Creek. Not sure if that's done. They definitely put in the riparian buffer. 2, the public access viewing area shall be identified with a public access sign. It's not, but that's what we're here for. And number 3, the easement for the proposed public access viewing area shall be recorded on the Town of Madison land records along with a deed restriction to provide for public access to this area in perpetuity. Additionally, the deed restriction shall further require the views to the Tidal Creek be maintained in perpetuity through the maintenance of the riparian buffer and the ongoing invasive species management. So that's the only verbiage in all of the documentation. Not only is the proposed viewing area difficult to find, there are 2 maps attached to this public offering statement, and one of which does not have that we included, gave it to you guys, but it has no public viewing, it's not existent. And the other one, it just has the teardrop shape, but no labeling. So of the 2 maps, the survey map shows an unlabeled teardrop light bulb shape without mention of an easement to the town for the purpose of access for public viewing. The site plan attached to the POS does not even show the viewing area at all. There is no elaboration on this area, no mention of size, of placement of material. The mention of the viewing area is so deeply hidden in this paperwork and poorly defined in its exact placement, size, and material. The language is conflicting and confusing and leaves us as homeowners bewildered. So in my research of the easement that Adam Greenberg and Aaron Manick signed in March 2023, I discovered that the plans and the maps included are again from the previous developer's plans. They're not the plans that are approved for our project. It isn't even our house on that site. It's from, you can see Bill Plunkett's name, the previous developer, right on that map. So we appreciate that the town must follow its procedures. We're now asking you to revise this portion of our project and remove the public gathering site from our private property and allow us to offer the town the improvements our community has and will deliver. So number 1, the developers have addressed the marsh and a new riparian buffer is in, which will protect the natural habitat of the wildlife and plant life. We are, however, uncertain that they put in the boundaries yet, the permanent boundary marks. Number 2, there's now a new community with 8 clean, manicured, established homes instead of a condemned one and an old neglected home. Number 3, the landscaping has improved from tall weeds to a beautiful array of plants and trees designed by John Cunningham. Number 4, we're all awaiting anxiously a sidewalk where pedestrians can safely pass along the Boston Post Road and glimpse the view of the Penns Creek Marsh because the road is at a higher elevation. Number 5, all the original stone walls have been repaired and highlighted grasses, shrubs, walkways, and plants. Number 6, we as homeowners have increased the town's tax base by $194,000 a year. Number 7, the developer removed the knotweed, and we as homeowners hired All Habitat to manage the knotweed invasives in the marsh. Number 8, we have created a safe family community on this improved site. Please let us maintain our privacy and safety. Our entire community is concerned about any liability and maintenance of this area. It potentially opens us up to a host of issues. Many neighbors have weighed in on this issue and sent in letters that you've received, as well as other Madison residents who simply consider this a poor choice for a public viewing area. Where is the precedent to host a public congregating place on private property in an area that is deemed unsafe and only approximately 30 or 50 feet from our front door or our parking area? While the concept of the viewing area is a great one for our entire community of Madison at large, the reality of the topography of this land is limited, and it does not significantly further the intent of the Connecticut Coastal Management Act, the statutes 22A to 92 in particular, which is all about the protection and the preservation of the wetlands, which we as homeowners would intend to do. In closing, having a public viewing area at this site without any borders or monitoring capabilities actually jeopardizes the wetlands to potential littering and harm. The town and the state public areas are in need of constant cleanup and repair. There are resources to handle maintenance at the town and state level, but is it fair for us as homeowners to bear this risk and this burden? Our community has enhanced and will continue to preserve the Penns Creek better by providing a view from the road to vehicles and bicycles and from the sidewalk to pedestrians while protecting the marsh. So you can see all the reasons we think it's not a good idea to have a designated public sitting area here. So please consider our appeal for our safety and the safety of others and what is fair. Thank you. If you didn't have any questions for me in particular, I know Jerry, my neighbor, would like to speak.
Could I just take a minute, Aaron, to kind of clarify for everyone here that none of us were on the Planning and Zoning Commission at the time. And as I understand it, there was the 2019 application that was approved with conditions, and that there was the 2020 application that was approved with the same conditions and some additional conditions. So I think that's what we're working with, Aaron. I don't know if there are any plans from the 2020.
Yes. Well, I don't have copies of all of the plans from both applications.
Right.
Available here. I was just going with the language of the approvals.
Yep.
I'm happy to share some thoughts,
Sure.
staff comments after, but Jerry, correct?
Yes.
You are also an applicant as a member of the homeowners association,
Yeah.
so you want to,
Sure.
we'll allow,
Yeah.
to finish your presentation, and then I'll share some of the coastal area management aspects, I think.
Right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, good evening. My name is Jerry Bezel. I live at 3 East Wolf Road. And lest the accent throws you, I've lived and worked in Connecticut for the past 39 years with my family. So I regard myself as a local, even though it may not come across that way. I'd like to really give you some reasons as to why the local residents feel that putting a viewing area in at this place is a bad idea. And I'd like to break it into two pieces. Firstly, why we think it's a bad idea for the viewing public. The first reason is the location and the traffic. The entrance to this proposed viewing area is on Boston Post Road at a very busy part, 45 miles an hour posted speed limit, double the other lines, of course, no stopping and no carpooling. So it's really not a user-friendly place to get to. But when the consumer finally gets down to where the viewing area will be, what will they actually see? This is the view that the consumer would actually have. A jungle of phragmitic plants, reeds, 10 to 12 feet high. No view of the marsh, no view of the creek at all. So we really don't think that this is a great place. Second, if anyone, let's say a child, should actually move from the viewing area towards the marsh, what they will find themselves in is a thick, black, cloying mud. And this mud, I can attest to, will suck the rain right off of your foot if you happen to get in there. And if there was a child unattended, we dread to think what could actually happen. So, ladies and gentlemen, we think this is a terrible place to put a viewing. Then moving on to the residents themselves, why we think it's a bad idea for us. The first one is this coastal management agreement. I am not a lawyer, but when I look at it, it seems to me that it was designed so that if a builder comes along and builds something that takes away from the public a view of the waterway, then you need an access point. But I would just say to you that from the post road, the view of the marsh is exactly the same now as it was when the general was here. Because Duo Dickinson, when he's designed this whole thing, tried to get exactly the same footprint. So the public has visually lost nothing from the construction of the general residence. The next piece is privacy. Now, I know this is a difficult issue to come up against, but everybody should have some degree of privacy when they're in their backyard. And believe it or not, this viewing area, if it was put in, is put in our backyard. You and the other residents of Madison, if they're out in their gardens, don't expect to have people viewing it. What we would find is if a consumer came down onto the viewing area, they have no view of the marsh, but they have a wonderful view of Cindy's house. They can look into the window. In fact, they can be a guest on the patio without even being invited. So again, we think This is not a question of elitism, it's purely a question of fairness. Then the third thing that we have is safety and security. In the general's residence, 3 of the 9 houses are occupied by women living alone. Another 4 are occupied by people over 70 years of age. We think that putting a viewing area in this position would make us significantly less safe than now. When we look at online security companies, they say that burglary is never a random act. The burglar will always take time to look, check who's left the window open, who is out, etc., before they act. It's so easy if there's a public viewing area actually in and of that yard for someone to do that. So we do feel that there is a danger to us as residents. How can I value it? Can't. But I would just say, for a bad area, why would you take the risk? Then the piece that Cindy mentioned, which is the question of liability and maintenance, the town is saying to us, put in a viewing area here, you build it, you maintain it, oh, by the way, you clean it. And if anyone should hurt themselves, which is very, very likely being where it is, you pay for the lawsuit. It strikes me that that's incredibly harsh. I don't see why we should have to suffer. And then finally, the neighbours. You have in front of you a lot of letters written by Madison residents talking about this area. When I went through them, the majority of them are saying, please cancel the area. But I'd like to read one that, without naming the person, although they don't live in the general's residence, because I thought they stated the case against viewing area far better than I would. I have lived in Madison for 30 years and I'm an avid walker and hiker. There are dozens of public trails, beach walks, and scenic overlooks in our town. One of the many reasons I love Madison. The location of this proposed public viewing area in a boggy declivity adjacent to private homes, and feet away from a busy and noisy thoroughfare, makes no sense to me. I can't imagine ever utilizing such a space, nor can any of my walking companions. We were surprised and confused to learn of this plan. I hope you will consider my perspective, which I know is shared by many, many others. We love Madison, and we want to do all we can to help it thrive. What we don't want is to see a deterioration in the quality of our lives. So I'm really asking you here to please turn down this public meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else from the Lawyers Association?
Hi, my name is Amy Macy. I am a resident of 1 East Fourth Road, the general's residence. I was born in New Haven. My parents are politicians and everything in West Hartford.
Excuse me, can I ask you to speak
Sure.
up a little louder, just so that our
Okay.
transcript
Yeah.
can
Microphone.
Yeah.
pick it up? Thank you.
I too am a teacher, taught at Hopkins in Haven, and moved to the general's residence from Woodbridge. I love Madison. I'm also president of the Homeowners Association, general's residence. We are all very, very excited to be here. I'm not going to take a lot of your time. I just happened to also have written a letter. It didn't make it into the packet. So if it's all right with you, I'll just read the letter aloud. Dear Chairman Snow and members of the Madison Planning and Zoning Commission, my husband and I recently moved from Woodbridge to a beautiful home in the general's residence at Fence Creek. I am currently serving as the president of the Homeowners Association. We love the community and we are excited to finish up the development, but we are concerned about the installation of a public viewing area on the marsh side of the property accessed from the Boston Post Road. As such, we would like to join with our neighbors, both within the development and outside of the development, to request that such a requirement be dropped. Below are our concerns. 1, there are no views, as we saw. That particular part of the property is in a depression. It is a low point, and when standing there, one comes face to face with 8 to 10 foot phragmite. 2, it's noisy. Because it will sit just off of the Boston Post Road, one will be subjected to the noise of cars, trucks, and motorcycles whizzing by. In fact, it is virtually impossible to have a conversation because of the noise. 3, any public area should be a safe area. This area is not safe. The speed limit in the town center, where pedestrian traffic is encouraged, is 30 miles per hour. However, the speed limit by the viewing area increases to 45 miles per hour just after East Fork Road. As we all know, many drivers exceed posted speed limits, which means cars are often going at 50 miles per hour or more, hardly a speed conducive to a pedestrian gathering space. 4, another safety concern relates to footing and stability. The area on the marsh side of the proposed viewing area is a muddy bog. If a child or pet or an unknowing adult wanders beyond the perimeter of the viewing area, they could sink into mud that is at times shin deep and they could easily fall. This is both a safety concern as well as a liability concern. 5, home exposure. While people do not have a view of the marsh from the proposed viewing area due to tall plants, they do have a direct view into several of the homes in the general's residence and of the homeowner's properties. Much as I would like to think vandalism and theft are not issues here, just 1 week after moving into our home, our car, which was parked right outside of our front door, was broken into and items were stolen. When I called to report it to the police, I was told that this happens frequently. Kids, I was told, routinely scour the properties and engage in petty vandalism or theft. Moreover, I was told that since this happens so frequently, police don't take a report or look into these incidents. No report was taken in my case. A public viewing area would be an invitation to enter the property legally and scour the homes, thus compromising the safety and security of all who live not only in the general's residence, but also adjacent to or across from it. 6, we understood this requirement had been removed. We have spoken to John Cunningham, the landscape architect on the project, Duo Dickinson, the architect, and Adam Greenberg, Tim Hurst, and John Giannotti, the developers of the project. All say that it was their understanding that the public viewing area requirement had been removed. 7, we have also spoken to neighbors who initially objected to the general's residence project, but then agreed to support it once the issues of concern to them had been addressed. One of those concerns was the viewing area, and they have told us, repeatedly I should add, that it was their understanding that it had been removed. 8, general disturbances to nearby homeowners. Noise, loitering, smoking and drinking, and garbage are all very real concerns. There are also expenses related to maintaining such an area, garbage pickup and removal, snow removal, etc. It does not seem right that a public space required by the town should become the responsibility and expense of private homeowners. 9, liability. This is my big concern, actually. Safety and liability. The town insisted we sign a coastal access and maintenance agreement that assigns any and all liability, as well as maintenance responsibilities to the homeowners of the general's residence at Fence Creek. This exposes us to potential lawsuits, thus affecting our insurance rates, and burdens private homeowners with expenses that really should be shouldered by the town, given that it is a town requirement and a town easement. We couldn't be happier with the community, the homes, the location, and the spirit in the town of Madison. But given these concerns and in the spirit of maintaining a beautiful, safe, and peaceful neighborhood, we respectfully ask that you remove the requirement of a viewing area on the general's residence property. Sincerely, yours, Amy and Jonathan Macy.
I had one point that we didn't say. It would be open at all times too. Sorry, okay. That if we had the public viewing area, it would be open. There's no time limit. If you go to the East Fork Beach, a gate closes at sunset and there's seasonal times. This would be open all the time to the public. And that would be right in our backyards. We just feel that that's really asking a lot of us. It's complete. I've walked, as Amy said, her car was broken into. I walked out just to put the garbage out and ran into the kids going through the cars. Again, called the police. They don't take, but we're allowing them to come on the property and just hang out. And then how do we ask them to leave if we have a public viewing area when they're already swarming the area, looking in our windows and stealing from our cars? It just seems so highly unsafe.
Thank you. Just to piggyback on that, because I was involved in reviewing the coastal access and maintenance agreement that we have signed with the town, actually that the developers have signed with the town. And we actually asked that the town eliminate the clause that assigns liabilities to the homeowners association. We also asked if we could add in some time restrictions, right? So it could only be open from dawn to dusk, for example. Why did we want that? Well, obviously there are disturbance issues that would directly impact the homeowners, but there are also very real liability issues in that. You know, if it's winter, they did not allow us to also have it open from or closed from, say, November 1st or 30th through April 1st, which is the snow and ice time. We are not set up as private homeowners to have, we don't have a staff that can go in there and de-ice, you know, this little public easement area that can pick up garbage every day. And so as much as, you know, we obviously would like it removed for lots of reasons, one of my biggest concerns is actually safety of the public who would be utilizing this easement. And we were told that we could not have any restrictions on it in terms of daylight hours or seasonal restrictions.
Erin, did you want to respond to some of the comments or also clarifies coastal area management
I can share. So I did,
statutes?
yes. So Erin Mannix, town planner, for the record. I did provide a staff report, both to the commission and did share with the association earlier today, just to highlight the conditions of the approval for the development, as most members were not, myself included, here during the approval process of the residential development. In 2019, an approval was granted by the commission for 9 residential units on this parcel, and we had 7 conditions of approval, which include, number 1, the applicant shall provide a riparian buffer planting and invasive species management plan, which shall outline the process for establishment and ongoing maintenance of the riparian buffer shown on the plans. The plan shall be reviewed and approved by the Director of Planning and Economic Development prior to the start of any proposed work. The ongoing maintenance requirements contained within the plan shall be incorporated into the bylaws for the condominium association. Number 2, upon establishment of the riparian buffer, the boundary between the buffer and the maintained lawn area shall be delineated with appropriate boundary markers to ensure that the buffer area is permanently protected. Number 3, the public access viewing area shall be identified with a public access sign. Number 4, the easement for the proposed public access viewing area shall be recorded on the Town of Madison land records, along with a deed restriction to provide for public access to this area in perpetuity. Additionally, the deed restriction shall further require the views to the tidal creek be maintained in perpetuity through maintenance of the riparian buffer and ongoing invasive species management. Number 5, any recommendations resulting from the Natural Diversity Database, the NDDB request, that involve modifications to the approved plans shall be subject to further review and approval by the Planning and Zoning Commission. Number 6, prior to the issuance of a certificate of zoning compliance to permit construction of any unit shown on the plans, the applicant shall present final architectural details to the Advisory Committee on Community Appearance, known as ACCA. Therefore, in accordance with, in accordance with section 3.12N of the regulations, the Director of Planning and Economic Development shall review final elevations and materials for each dwelling unit to ensure consistency with the approved plans. The Director may approve a certificate of zoning compliance or refer it to ACCA for a recommendation. And number 7, the bylaws of the homeowners association shall include a requirement to continue to maintain the general's residences as approved in the application. That specific development was not constructed, and in 2020, an application to modify the special exception included a coastal site plan application, was approved with conditions by the Planning and Zoning Commission. And that included the first four conditions from the previous 2019 approval and three additional conditions. Number 5, the applicant shall commission an historical survey of the site by an architectural historian prior to the demolition of the general's residence. The applicant shall share the results of the survey with the Madison Historical Society and the Madison Historic District Commission. Number 6, the applicant has agreed to consult with the Madison Historic District Commission and to share ongoing designs with the HDC in an effort to arrive at a recreation that preserves the historic and architectural characteristics of the general's residence. And number 7, the applicant shall, at its expense, locate on the site a commemorative marker noting the history of the residence and its significance to be created by the Madison Historical Society, and the scale, materials, and location to be agreed upon by and among the applicant, the Historical Society, and the Commission prior to its installation. So conditions 1 through 4 were imposed by the Commission based upon comments received from Connecticut Deep Referral. In a May 16, 2019 letter from Marcy Balint, Senior Coastal Planner of Land and Water Resources Division of DEEP, detailed the department's primary concerns regarding the residential development. These concerns focused on the need for meaningful public access to render the site water dependent per the Connecticut Coastal Area Management Act, CCMA, along with the need to provide an effective and permanent non-disturbance riparian plant buffer along the tidal creek to adequately protect coastal resources and water quality. It was recommended that both be restricted in perpetuity for such uses. A copy of the 2019 comments from DEEP are attached, as well as an updated letter received today. In addition to these letters, I'm attaching DEEP fact sheets regarding water-dependent uses and general public access to coastal waters. The letter from Land and Water Resources Division was received today as a response to the referral made by the Commission to DEEP. And it reads, "Dear Commission members, thank you for the opportunity to comment on the above referenced coastal site plan review received on September 6th, 2023. The previous proposal approved in 2019 for a 9-lot residential subdivision, including the restoration of the general's residence and removal of 1 unit, required a public access overlook be provided and subsequently deed restricted as a necessary condition of approval. The current application proposes to eliminate the deeded public viewing area, the water-dependent use per the Connecticut Coastal Management Act, which rendered the subdivision approvable and consistent with the Connecticut Coastal Area Management Act policies and criteria in 2019. The Land and Water Resources Division provided previous comments and has reviewed the current proposal for consistency with the goals and policies of the Connecticut Coastal Area Management Act, and offers the following comments. With the exception of that noted below, our original comments stand and are offered again, and those were attached as well. The applicant cites topography, limited view, presumably due to Phragmites plant height, and proximity of Boston Post Road as issues to substantiate the elimination of deeded public access. However, Phragmites australis can be managed through routine cutting or herbicide control to allow for a better view, and our office is available to assist with that as requested. If cutting or spraying is not enough to enhance views and deemed necessary by the Commission, other design modifications may be necessary to accommodate topography, such as reconsidering the current design, by example, extending access as a linear walkway further south along the tidal marsh. This would necessitate a legal modification of the deed restricted area. Presumably, the approved 9-lot subdivision allows for many more cars routinely and safely accessing the site when compared to the limited and occasional public access from the road. But if deemed necessary by the Commission, an alternative to consider would be to access the walkway from East Wharf Road, again necessitating a legal deed modification. The state offers statutory protections for those granting public use, as well as to limit the association's liability. See Connecticut General Statutes, Section 52-557G. And he provided a link. To reiterate some important points, The site is waterfront along the Tidal Creek and wetlands, and therefore subject to the water-dependent use standards of the Connecticut Coastal Area Management Act. The relevant statutory standard is to manage existing uses in the coastal boundary through existing municipal planning and zoning and other local regulatory authorities, giving highest priority and preference to water-dependent uses, which by definition includes public access. Connecticut General Statutes, Section 22A-92B1A. When the commission conducted their evaluation in 2019, the definition of adverse impacts to future water-dependent development activities was considered, including that this site was not physically suited for an active water-dependent use, for example, a marina, but was acceptable for some public design component on the upland and approved and deed restricted as such. Originally in 2019, the state, we recommended the viewing area details as proposed be improved upon, and that should be reconsidered again at this juncture. All access details in writing and on site plans should be provided, including the overall design and public intent to better describe how this public area will satisfy the water-dependent use Connecticut Coastal Area Management Act criteria in a meaningful and maintained way. Again, the scale of the public access should be adequate to balance the significant 9-unit, non-water-dependent residential development now built. All areas should be deed restricted in perpetuity, well-designed with public access signage, and at least one public parking space provided. Deed may have public signage to provide. Fact sheets and original comments are attached. In conclusion, Land and Water Resources Division has reviewed the current modification for consistency with the goals and policies of the Connecticut Coastal Area Management Act and finds the modification to eliminate the public area is inconsistent with the water-dependent use criteria of the Connecticut Coastal Area Management Act. However, the Commission has the option to maintain or improve upon the current public access plan, or may wish to consider a different design that is equal to or provides a greater level of well-designed public access in an effort to provide a more meaningful solution and render the proposal consistent with the water-dependent use criteria of the Act. We hope these comments prove useful to the Commission in their review of this coastal site plan application. These comments are offered pursuant to Connecticut General Statutes, Section 22A through 90, through 22A-112 of the Connecticut Coastal Management Act. Please feel free to contact Marcy Balint of my staff with any questions or comments you may have. Sincerely, Brian Thompson, Director, Bureau of Water Protection and Land Reuse, Land and Water Resources Division. And Brian attached the previous 2019 letters from DEEP, highlighting their concerns and recommendations, as well as their fact sheets for both water-dependent uses, as well as general public access to coastal waters. One point that I just did want to point out was the definition of what general public access to coastal waters is. General public access to coastal waters defined by statute as water-dependent use includes uses or facilities that provide for recreational use or enjoyment of coastal waters and or their adjacent shoreline by the general public. General public recreational use and enjoyment includes, but is not limited to, fishing, hiking, boat launching, birding or wildlife observation, and general passive enjoyment of scenic waterfront coastal views and vistas. And if you have questions specifically on water dependent uses and what that definition is, please let me know if you haven't had an opportunity to review those.
Can I ask a question about it? Because I read through a lot of not that, but of the acts, the Connecticut Coastal Management Acts. And it was a lot about preserving and opening for access for viewing and recreational, as you just said. But there's more frontage when you drive over. It's a whole bridge over the marsh. You see it more from driving over than where it is on our property, right next to our homes. So it's not, well, like as Jerry said, it's visible to everyone. And so all we're saying is inviting people to come right on our property feels unsafe to us and to them. And I'm just missing the, I don't understand, if they're coming to view, they can view all along the whole of Boston Post Road. And much greater frontage.
Thank you. I think I'd like to hear from commissioners at this point. For any questions, clarification, what we've heard so far.
I have one. I'm assuming that all 9 residences are concerned.
Yes.
And they're all here tonight?
Not all here, but they've all written letters in support and I possibly have zoomed in if they're not present.
And we've addressed this at our HOA board meetings, and voted to move forward with this request. Unanimous.
Janet, yes.
Oh, Janet, you need to unmute.
Unmute.
Can you hear me now? Sorry. Yes, I live not far from, I'm Janet Peckinpah. I'm a commissioner. Sorry, I'm joining on Zoom today. Live not far from there on the other side of Boston Post Road and down on the other side of that stoplight. My thought is, first of all, I don't know where people are going to park. Secondly, you're just starting up or stopping at that stoplight at which is at Scotland and East Wharf, or you're taking off from that stoplight just before this proposed viewing area. I think it's extremely dangerous. I can't imagine that anyone would get any kind of enjoyment out of stopping there. There's really nothing to see there. And I just think it would be a terrible invasion for the property owners. It would be so close to those properties, especially the side and backs of those properties at General's residence, which look very nice now. I just don't understand. I understand that we all should have access to see our waterways, but I think this is a horrible proposal. So I just wanted to be heard.
Thank you, Janet. Any other questions, John?
A question for Eric regarding history of how this came about. Did it develop because it was a state law requirement, or is this something that was according to the discretion of the Planning and Zoning Commission to approve the development?
So this was proposed by the applicant to show consistency with the Coastal Area Management, or the Coastal Management Act. Given that the property is located on a tidal creek and is the priority should be a water dependent use. And so when a non-water dependent use is proposed on a waterfront site, the commission has the responsibility to determine the acceptability of potential adverse impacts to possible future water dependent uses. And it's in the statutes that providing a public access, such as a viewing area, would satisfy and resolve potential adverse impacts. It would allow that to be considered a water dependent use because it has some general public access. And to highlight that condition that was provided by the commission required the maintenance of the viewing of that platform, which requires the maintenance of the invasives, as the state had indicated. So clearly from the photos that were submitted, that's not the case currently. Yes, so there is currently not a view of the Tidal Creek.
Can I just come in on this one? Because we checked this with John Cunningham, and he said that we were required to control the invasives on land. That is the Japanese knotweed. He said we are not required to do anything with Phragmite, which is an invasive on marsh. Plus the fact that we don't own the, very much of the motion.
So, Jerry, you're referring to your landscape designer,
Yes.
the landscape designer for the project. And I can say that based on the conditions of approval, there is a requirement to require the views to the Tidal Creek be maintained in perpetuity through both the riparian buffer, which there is a maintenance plan for removal of invasives. I think that's what you're referring to. That was
Japanese
designed
Yes.
by the landscape company Tech. And then the views themselves, that's an additional requirement as part of this public access. And I think,
I think it'd be good if we could all have a chance to ask some questions and get some answers, yeah.
and one thing to note that this project is not completed. The project it is fully occupied. And there are still some outstanding site improvements that have a financial guarantee that an agreement with the town that has been submitted to complete those. And there's an agreement between the association, who is now the property owner, and the developer to complete those improvements, one of which is sidewalk access along the Boston Post Road.
Oh, interesting.
So there will be sidewalks along the frontage of this development. It was required as part of this plan. And the public access viewing is accessible directly from the sidewalk.
So that would be
it's
the
a-
roadside of the stone wall. There's a stone
The
wall.
public access viewing is in from the sidewalk
Right.
to the south of the sidewalk. And it is basically pavers or, a semi-pervious surface, and it is proposed to have a bench area as well. And the map on the land records does include a legal description of that boundary of the conservation, the coastal access easement area. And as Cindy indicated, there is a coastal access easement and maintenance agreement that was filed. And that was not signed by me. I have no authority to sign a coastal access easement. However, that was from the property owners and to the town for that. And that information was reviewed by our land use attorney prior to filing on the land records, and it was required to be filed prior to the issuance of the final zoning compliance for the last outstanding unit.
Oh, have we yet to sign off on it completely?
The public access, no, the zoning compliance and the certificates of occupancy have been issued for the 9 units. And in order to have that final, because there were still outstanding site improvements, the developer was required to submit a financial guarantee for the outstanding improvements on the site. In doing that, because he was no longer a property owner, he has legal permission from the homeowners association to enter onto the property and complete those improvements as detailed.
Erin, would it be possible to pull up a map of the site? Because I admit, I went on Google Earth to look and see.
You mean of the GIS?
Yeah.
Let me see if I can
And
show you.
thank you.
I'm not sure what that,
If we had something,
Map
because what I
is that
saw
you're-
was there was even a branch of the Fence Creek that looks like it goes onto the property, but I couldn't really tell because that, I mean, what would be helpful is to see the boundaries, to see how far up the Phragmites goes onto the property or not. And then to see also if there's, I mean, having a sidewalk along the post road does change things. It will
It's a
make it
partial remedy.
safer a little bit. And, I don't anticipate there will be very much pedestrian traffic along there either. We understand your concerns obviously about security and safety. And in fact, I thought, well, the Audubon shop is right across the street. How great, you could go do bird watching and if you had a view of the marsh. But, I'm kind of looking at it from glass half full of like, what would be the best things about this viewing platform? Like, what can we find and feel comfortable about? that, again, through, without having any design of the platform at this point, it's hard to know, or, whether it goes further south into the marsh, that's a proposal from the state. It could possibly work. So before I answer any more questions from you all, I just want to see if the commissioners have any other questions.
Yes, I have.
Oh.
Go ahead. I have a lot of questions. You might ask some.
Is this requirement, was this imposed by the zoning commission, or is this something that Connecticut needs to?
John, can you speak up?
Sorry. Was this condition imposed by the planning and zoning commission, or is it dependent for a deep approval of the final approval of the project?
DEEP does not have jurisdiction over land use applications within the coastal zone. That's fully within the purview of the Planning and Zoning Commission. It's the Planning and Zoning Commission's requirement to consider the coastal area, the Coastal Management Act. And so in order to find a 9-unit residential development on waterfront property consistent with the Coastal Management Act, the commission imposed this condition at the suggestion of the applicant. The 2020 application by the developer specifically proposes public access in the language of that application, indicating that it is proposed to mitigate the water dependent use on the property.
So it was a condition for approval.
It was a condition of approval. It still is. It was a condition of approval in both applications in order to determine a non-water dependent use on the property consistent with the Coastal Management Act. I did also just want to note two.
Before you go, can I
Yeah.
ask some- I'm really new, so I'm gonna ask a really basic question, so, sorry.
Bob, can you speak up?
I will,
Otherwise, we're gonna have to
Okay.
turn the
So,
microphones
I've
on.
got a
and-
quick question. I'm trying to build my understanding as to what happened years ago. So the first one, I think I know this now, I just want to be clear that the development was identified as a water dependent use because it is on the river, on the marsh. That's a fact, right? It's not an opinion, no one made that up. So the state says if you build something on the marsh, it has to fall into the water dependent use category. Is that true? You may not.
Yes, the language specifically is municipal boards and commissions reviewing coastal site plans on a waterfront site specifically, shall determine if potential adverse impacts to future water-dependent development activities are acceptable and that such impacts have been mitigated
Okay.
using reasonable mitigation methods,
Okay.
such as a public access. And
Where's
but the
that?
priority there, Bob, is in the statute, the local municipality, the governing authority shall be giving highest priority and preference to water-dependent uses and facilities in shorefront areas, meaning on a waterfront property, your priority should be water-dependent uses.
Okay, it's not a law that says you must have a water dependent use on a waterfront property. It's up to the commission to determine if there's been a negative impact by allowing the development and then try to mitigate that. That's what I'm hearing. Stupid, simple,
In order, the commission is,
Right.
you need to make a finding
right?
that
So-
satisfies the water-dependent use requirements of the statute. So it is a requirement.
Right, you have to make a finding, but if the finding is that there is no adverse impact on the waterfront use of that property by the development, then you don't need to make a mitigating. I'm trying to understand if the creation of the public use space is a regulatory requirement or was an opinion of the commission at that time. if it's the law and the state says you have to do it, then we can just stop. You have to go through the state. I'm trying to figure out if there's any interpretation allowed. And if there is, then I have other. Sorry. And Aaron, I don't know if you know that, we may need to get our attorney involved to understand.
I
So
was going to ask. if you could-
in the fact sheet, in evaluating adverse impacts to future water dependent development opportunities, when a non-water dependent use is proposed on a waterfront site, the reviewing board, which is the Planning and Zoning Commission, must determine the acceptability of potential adverse impacts to possible future water dependent development. While doing this evaluation, the following factors which define adverse impacts to future water dependent development activities must be considered. One, is the site physically suited for a water dependent use for which there is reasonable demand, which that was already determined, no, we wouldn't have an expectation that the property would be something like a marina. Two, will a non-water dependent use replace an existing water dependent use as part of the development? That is a no. And three, will a non-water dependent use inhibit or restrict existing public access?
So what's, do we know?
Existing public access can be either formal access secured by public land ownership or an access easement or informal access.
So, you want to ask a question?
Well, there was no public
Yeah.
access prior to, there was no public access prior
Right.
to this.
Right, so we haven't lost
We're
public
not-
access, we're
no.
trying to create a new public access.
Well, you've approved public access, so by eliminating this, you will be removing public access.
But prior to this.
At this point,
I know, but
Right,
prior to the original decision, there was no public access and there probably wasn't much review from that area.
The same.
And it was saying.
well, I wouldn't, I don't.
Actually, I don't know.
Make that.
Actually,
Hi, it's Peggy Zambrano, I'm at 870 Boston Post Road. The viewing was a carrot, a pot that was given by the landowner so that he could get approval to build the development. I went to dozens and dozens and dozens of meetings with regard to the general's residence. That's number one. And the planning and zoning board at the time said, great, you get to build what you want to build because of that viewing. Number two, this is my question. I live on Birnbaum Lane and 10 feet beyond my stone wall belongs to the state. Where does their property line end? Does it end at the stone wall? Well, the viewing is on land, on state property then, isn't it?
If it's right at the road, but I think the
The
proposal.
question is, where is the approved public viewing area?
Question
It is on the subject property. It is not within the state right of way.
So the state right of way does not go from the stone wall to the street like mine?
The viewing is not within that area. There is a
Viewing is within-
sidewalk proposed or that was approved as part of the development within the right of way. The viewing area is within the subject property. I would, I guess, allow for structure here
So
to have.
can the planning and zoning board in Madison overrule the DEP?
I would, okay, I would ask that we all have one conversation
Well, it's
in the
attorney.
room. Two, the referral and comments from DEEP are advisory to the commission. The commission referred the application to DEEP for assistance in making decisions. That is a service that the state provides to the commission. So this information that was provided to you both in 2019 and today is meant from the state to advise the commission for consistency with the Coastal Management Act.
And Aaron, there were two applications. There's a special exception application and the coastal area management plan.
The modification is
And
to
then
the
now there's the
approved
modification.
plan.
What I wanted to add to this though is also part of the special exception for a cluster development like this does also call for community, by clustering, you can have community spaces. And so, my thought too is not only is this something that the state is recommended or mandated,
Promoting.
but also that within your community, you have this viewing platform that would be sort of a shared public space, for a glass of wine at sunset or something, I don't know. But this is all, it's very difficult, and I think it may be that, we'll talk about it more, but it may be that it is worth going to our attorneys to say, how can we undo conditions that were put in for the acceptance of both of these applications? And when I say both, it's actually 4 applications, because there was the 2019, and then there was the updated 2020, different owners, different applications, different plans, different developments.
Well, this is specifically with respect to the coastal.
And now we're dealing
Site
just
plan.
for that, yeah.
I just wanted to also highlight that the coastal access easement provides language at the request of the homeowners association to allow the property owners the opportunity to add plantings to shield the view from private property adjacent to the easement, as long as the plantings do not interfere with the view of the marsh and the wetlands from the easement area. So there is the ability
And I
to
feel that, and
add additional screening along that.
I also
portion
have a
that is
little bit of
built in.
difficulty with this abstraction that we don't have a design, we don't have a
There,
plan.
yes, there is. There is an approved
That was
site
gonna be
plan
my question.
for this property that includes the location of the,
But I wonder if we could work out somehow, adapting, changing, modifying a design or putting in something that would be, if Deep is saying it may be necessary to even go further south into the marsh, that would be off your property, I would think, but.
no, south is down East Wharf Road, meaning southerly
Right,
on the
right.
Tidal Creek along that
Farther into.
boundary.
Okay.
That really takes.
But I think the, before we, in my mind, before we start thinking about how to modify the requirement to make it work, I'd like to understand about the establishment of this requirement and why it was created, right? So the first one was understanding what that water dependent use is. So I think I have that. It's not a state mandate, it's not a requirement, it's a very strong guideline. You're gonna build on the water, you gotta maintain whatever water use was in the past, you can't just build and eliminate access. So I got that part. There was really, it seemed like there was no view before. And then I think I answered, my other question was, the homes could have been built, the development could have been approved without the first 4 conditions. It's my understanding so far. Those 4 conditions were put in place by the commission, but it was their choice to do it. It wasn't a regulatory requirement to make that happen. That's how I'm understanding. If this came to us today, we would not have to put those 4 requirements in place. We could,
You would have to have a finding.
right. Yeah.
So I mean, that's,
Our finding could have been, we don't need it, or something. We could have, I don't know. We don't have
Or that
access.
it's
well,
not
I'm,
safe.
yeah,
I'm just trying to understand.
The other item I would like to bring to your attention is that the 2020 application, the letter to the commission specifically indicates that the applicant was proposing this. This was proposed to the commission as part of the development plan by the developer. This was not proposed and the commission imposed this on the applicant.
No, I know. I appreciate
But
that.
that never seemed to get communicated to the homeowners.
Well, that's a matter between the developer and the purchasers of the property. That's not the commission's purview.
were told they just sort of took.
I would ask that it's a little challenging without turning the microphones on for the folks attending remotely to hear the conversation, so we need to limit it to one person at a time and identifying ourselves for the record beforehand. I will pull up a site plan for you to see that shows.
Thanks, Erin. Are there any other questions?
Well, do I have a correct understanding that the original developer has an obligation still to do a few things that at least partially remedy some of the points that they've made? Is that a correct statement? We all agree?
Could you repeat that?
I don't,
The original
The
developer,
not the
the
original.
project is not completed.
and he has some outstanding obligations
Yes,
that directly address some of the issues that they're presenting tonight. Some,
the sidewalks,
one,
there are other yes, there's some fencing requirements, there's still some screening requirements, things
so
of that
the other partial
nature.
remedy in place in hand.
There are
Is that correct?
signs required.
Remedy in hand at this time.
What would that be? Well, the sidewalk is what I was proposing. That
Okay, so there's one.
I felt.
The sidewalk required.
The sidewalk is required and
It's
proposed.
not there yet.
It's not
Right.
very.
Right, that has to be, that is a complete.
And
I can,
Revenue for what?
So,
For the view.
I'll share this was the original
Yeah.
site plan that came in, the original submission documents here.
we did.
This, to the north here is the Boston Post Road, to the left-hand side here is East Wharf. The viewing, so this is the sidewalk here along the Boston Post Road. This is currently, my understanding, the engineer is currently working with DOT to secure permitting for that sidewalk, which is the path to lead to this public access stone viewing area that was proposed.
Okay, so it's right up near the road then.
It's near the road.
can you
It's
zoom in?
on the inside. Yes, I just have to move
That helps a lot.
my attendees. I'm sorry, hold on a second. It's hard not having the mouse. Let's see if I can see over here. This is a viewing area here with benches proposed on the inside of the stone wall that is shown on the property. Well, this is stone walls, excuse me, of the property line. The stone walls are set back here near the residents themselves.
That yellow area is the proposed.
The
side.
yellow here is the property line. And this note says views to the creek to be maintained in perpetuity, which is here.
That's the plan that was approved.
This is what came forward initially proposed by the applicant in 2020. I'd have to look through the actual date if there were other revisions. The note specifically here is note 9. That says that there's a parking space to be provided to support public access viewing with benches. The viewing area is to be identified by a sign and be deed restricted in perpetuity for such access. The riparian buffer, as noted hereon, shall remain as a non-lawn vegetated area in perpetuity. Trees creekward of the silt fence as depicted hereon are not intended to be removed. Invasives will be removed. The parking area was removed from this. Clearly, there's no vehicular access here, as there was discussion of that in the 2019, but that was not required for the parking area. Although it was recommended by DEEP, that aspect was not required by the commission then. But the viewing area was, and it was always in this general area here to the east of the development.
Can you measure, Erin, I can't see the scale, but how far is the viewing platform from the corner, the nearest house?
I don't have that off.
That's about 30 feet.
30. So it, in theory,
This
it would be
is-
possible to have some screening.
This is a 30-foot setback from here to here. So it's at least 30 feet.
Yeah.
Carol, one of the challenges with putting screening in is that the viewing area is at a low elevation and there's a steep hill so that house sits much higher. So all of the windows, I mean, you could not screen it easily.
This helps a lot to see the actual plan.
I have a question for y'all. Specifically, I think you mentioned before on Bob Reiner. I think you said that. I think you said that these requirements were not in your deed. Or were they?
They're not written verbally anywhere in our deed or bylaws or declaration, but when we did a deed or die, and we did discover it refers to the public offering statement. That's where that language is that I read and Aaron read.
That was your first
So-
time. you
so
found out.
That was the first time, and we had never brought it to a
So is the
planned
public
community.
offering in your deed? Reference to the public offering in the deed? No.
It's just reference. That's
Any other commissioner questions? I think we can turn it back over. to
I'd
them.
like to make a correction to the public record. We did not sign the easement agreement. We saw it, but the developer signed it. We still had ownership of the property. We also,
That was in March, it's March.
Yes,
March
yeah.
2020.
That's when it was filed.
We did not sign. And in fact, the description of the easement is a legal description of the previous plans. It's not this little light bulb shape, which is smaller than the previous plans. So but we didn't have a chance to see that. It was dropped into the agreement and signed and became a part of the public record before we got it. So, and I guess one thing that Cindy has said also is we will have that sidewalk there. It seems that it would be a lovely place where people are walking down the road. They could stand at the end of the sidewalk and look at the same view. It's not clear.
It's higher up.
Yeah, it's higher up as you come down. It's not clear to me that the viewing area has sidewalks on the end. We hope we don't lose.
Can I just clarify too, Aaron, you indicated that the developers signed that March agreement. They did sign it, they conferred with us. We, in writing, asked that several things be changed and removed from it, so I want to be very clear. It's a little bit misleading to suggest that it was happily signed. We were told in writing that the town attorney refused to include any of our suggestions or revisions. So,
Yeah, I mean, I think as a commission, we're learning about this kind of very gray area, right? You have a development that's not completed yet, the homeowners are there. And we're kind of caught in the middle, or, also the fact that none of us were part of the approval process 3 years ago. So doing our best to reconstruct.
Ask a question.
Yeah.
I mean, Aaron.
Yes.
Could we meet this requirement by just saying that the end of the sidewalk is a viewing? And if I understand correctly, the homeowners association has to maintain that sidewalk anyway, because it's their sidewalk. So that would have to be maintained to the sidewalk. So could this sidewalk be the end of the, or this whole sidewalk is the viewing area?
I'm not sure I would make the argument that a sidewalk has to be maintained in perpetuity
Well, I mean.
within the state right of way.
Oh, I guess my understanding was if the sidewalk was in front of your house, you had to maintain it.
There is an ordinance as far as snow removal.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure that is a deed restricted maintenance. It's definitely not a deed restricted maintenance and
view public access requirement of, in that sense. I did just want to mention, as I'm looking through the fact sheets and the guidance from the state regarding public access, and Amy Macy brought up the aspect of signage and perhaps limiting viewing access for daytime hours, dawn to dusk. I do see that there is language in this fact sheet of examples of wording details. I think that's something that's reasonable. Again, the state has also recommended that they have examples of signage. So it might be worth asking the state if that is acceptable to put a condition such as that on the sign and limit the hours. I think I do recall some of the conversations going back and forth between Attorney Herbst and myself and our land use counsel who was reviewing the easement. Some of the language I do recall as not being acceptable for a public viewing area with respect to certain limitations that were placed on it. But looking at this fact sheet, it does seem that, for example, open dawn to dusk may be a reasonable condition that may, should the commission wish to retain the public access, be a way to modify that in hopes of addressing some of the residents' concerns.
Though I think a much larger issue is liability.
Again, I would refer you
Yeah, there's.
to the language that's also in this fact sheet. Connecticut General Statutes 52-557G, which relieves private property owners of liability for injury in most instances when they provide public access on private lands at no charge. So that is language that's come from the state as well.
So Erin, could that be changed then in that, because the agreement that the town required the developers to sign assigns liability to the homeowners association? That's interesting information.
I am happy to get that information from our attorney specifically on this statute as it relates. I'm looking for the section.
Liability, Erin?
Of the.
I think it's on page 2 out of 3 of the October 2023 communication.
It's an in the actual easement language, there's a question about liability. I can't recall if the language was removed altogether or if there is modified language in that easement. I have to read through that. That's a question. I guess those two questions, whether or not you can modify the signage to include hours, and noting, details in this particular section of the statutes. We can get that additional information if that's helpful. And then I guess my only other thought, once you're content, at least for the moment, with questions, that we would allow anyone from the public an opportunity to come up and be heard as well.
Let me ask a question here. Is there, maybe showing my ignorance here, Bob O'Connor, but were there any water-dependent uses on the property before the development was built? So the development of your 9 homes has not reduced the water-dependent uses. And so someone looking out into that bush is a water-dependent use now. That doesn't seem to, I'm missing something here. Because that doesn't look water-dependent.
Well, the water
dependent
could be the viewing.
If you're like,
the viewing platform, which would presumably somewhat be higher than that, you have to look over.
In the specifications, they would
To
have to be
remove
cut
the
down.
Oh, they would have to be cut down.
So
It's
if we
vague.
were to
Okay,
look
I
at this
understand,
issue,
okay.
and if we were to remove the Phragmites, our property line only goes out, only would allow us to remove some of the Phragmites. If you go stand up on that bridge, you will see that there are lots of Phragmites. We don't own much.
I also kayak right there, so.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
you have to go-
So even if we were to remove the Phragmites that are on our property,
It would be a lot of Phragmites that has to be removed,
there are Phragmites.
which would be great. I mean,
That we can't remove.
But it's not your
because It's not
property.
our property, but it's also costly. It's extremely costly. It's extremely expensive, which would be a burden for the.
and it's nearly impossible. But, Aaron, I think one of our questions also for our attorney would be, what does it mean for us to undo a previous condition? Is that even an option, really? You know,
That's what I was thinking.
it's.
You can modify conditions, but I think you need to make appropriate findings in doing that and understanding the reasons
And after
for.
we're modifying the design already. So I'd say two big takeaways for me are knowing that there's going to be a sidewalk. So I feel more comfortable with, there won't be people walking up and down that shoulder of the post road. And then that there might be some design modification to the platform itself and signage that would, I think, allay some of your concerns, but I don't know, I'd like to hear from other commissioners about that.
What is the platform design?
We don't,
Show up there, which is the bench.
yeah.
It's just a paver area on grade with bench. A place for someone to come and bird watch or look out at the creek.
It's a fragment, so this is a water dependent use.
The bench.
So
I'm skeptical.
Yeah.
the term, the water dependent use, so by allowing a non-water dependent use on a waterfront property, you're eliminating the potential for a water dependent use on this property. And the statutes recommend water dependent uses on shorefront property. And so for a way for the commission to achieve the goal of having a water dependent use, an opportunity to provide some form of public access for recreational purposes. And I spoke to that, what that recreational enjoyment could look like. This was the way of finding consistency with that section of the statute.
But if I could just come in here, please bear in mind, this is a bog. You know, if you cut down the Phragmites, yes, you would see, as far as we can do, and ours is only 25 yards out, etc. But it is a bog. You could not
Well,
launch
some
a
of us
boat
care a
from
lot
there.
about tidal
It's,
marshes,
so it's a tidal wetland and a tidal creek that is adjacent. And the viewing area is limited to the boundaries of the easement, this access area, this patio, stone paver viewing area. It's not inviting direct public access into the tidal creeks in the form of a boat launch or something of that nature. It's not meant to be that or encourage
Just to ask, is this-
anyone to ask. I would just pause if we have questions from the public, just so that we can kind of get back to a form here of people identifying themselves for our clerk. And so any other questions
Commissioners?
immediately from the commission, or should we open it up to public comment?
Last question I had was the cutting down, that's an obligation of the town to cut that down.
No, it is a requirement of essentially the association to maintain that. So in this situation where a developer comes before a commission
He
and
proposed doing that.
proposes this responsibility is passed on to the property owners. And in this case, it's an association who owns the land together. So it is the association's responsibility to maintain this in perpetuity.
And they were unaware that they assumed that responsibility.
I can't speak to the conversations between the
Right,
developer
of course not,
and
of course not.
the members of the association who purchased homes from them. I don't have anyone who signed up on our paper. So in this, I do have two members of our audience
Okay.
remotely who have their hands raised who would like to speak. So if it's easier, we could start there and then move into anybody else in the room who has a question. And maybe at this point, we'd allow everybody one opportunity to speak in the interest of time now. If you have a question, you may ask it. If you would like to speak for or against, you may do that.
Yeah.
Is that agreeable? Just because we have several other items as well this evening. So Laura Downs, Laura, if you can unmute and identify yourself for the record, we should all be able to hear you.
Hi, this is Laura Downs. I live at 54 Quarry Ledge. I just have a suggestion. I actually attended the meeting in May of 2019 when Bill Plunkett gave his presentation and the plan was approved by the commission. Seems like a really long time ago, but I was actually there presenting on behalf of the Scranton Library, and I heard the presentation and the discussion and the vote. And the offer of putting the viewing stand and the parking space there for the public was part of that proposal. And the viewing stand was a nice gesture to the town and the people of Madison. And, you know, they wanted support for the plan and, you know, putting dense housing on these two pieces of property. And, you know, perhaps it was a poor gesture. The developer of the property would, of course, have had a line item for the cost of building the viewing stand and a parking space. And I suggest that they make an exchange and provide something to the town of Madison. Take that money, perhaps it's $15,000, and make a donation to the Madison Land Conservation Trust in order to compensate the people of Madison for taking away what was legally agreed to. Aaron, you mentioned that there was a bond that was put up, so perhaps that could be used. And I really think this is the responsibility of the builder, the developer. There have been several items that the homeowners have come to the commission about and that they were unaware of, and perhaps the developer and the landscape architect were not forthcoming. And I think that they should have to bear the burden here. So that's just my suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Thank you.
Matt Bennett. Matt, if you could unmute and identify yourself for the record.
Good evening. Are you able to hear me okay?
Yes.
Hi, good evening, everybody. This is Matthew Bennett, along with my husband, Alex Province. We own the property directly across the street from the General's residence and the proposed viewing area at 917 Boston Post Road. Like many on this call, we have followed this proceeding from the beginning very intimately, having attended most, if not every, public forum around it, dating back to the initial conversations. To the last caller, though the intent in the suggestion is compelling and noble, just to clarify, William Plunkett's plans from 2019 were not actually what is ultimately approved, nor is what is at stake here. So a number of comments, and hopefully from some of this, we're able to simplify it. First, starting with the DEP's commentary, though the commission has asked multiple times, and I don't know the answer has been stated clearly, prior to the General's residence, this property was a private residence, two actually. There was no coastal use, there was no public viewing area, and where a member of the public have ventured along the overgrown marsh, there was no view at the time. So the development did in no way limit the water dependent use or the general public's access to the coastal waters. Point one. Then I don't believe anybody has any disagreement with that fact. The introduction of the proposed viewing area was, as somebody else has stated, a proposed carrot offered initially by William Plunkett, the first developer, and subsequently Adam Greenberg, the second developer, as a means of first getting the cluster housing regulation passed, and second, the proposed 9-unit development passed. It was a generous and a thoughtful effort to put in a public viewing area. Deep jumped on the chance and affirmed it. But the factual and legal underpinnings of the matter are that there was no public access prior, and the Planning and Zoning Commission at the time simply accepted the proposal of the developers as it was proffered and included the plans as approved with the viewing area. Fast forward to today, none of the owners of the General's Residence or Homeowners Association, and to my knowledge, very few, if any, of the adjacent property owners want this viewing area. In fact, it's not clear to me that anybody wants it other than perhaps members of the town's staff. So, to the Planning and Zoning Commission, you are ultimately, to my knowledge, empowered and accountable to revise the conditions upon which this was initially approved, should you so choose. If you believe that the town of Madison is best served to eliminate the requirements for a planning for a viewing area, that is in every right of yours, of this commission's, to accept the amendment as in front of you tonight. So, to the crux of the matter, I think it's been made clear today on multiple occasions that there is little to gain here in terms of limited view, if at all, and we can debate whether or not the Phragmites need to be removed, how many of them, how much of them. The practical reality is there is no view from this site. So we are working off of a historical record to put in a viewing area that was proposed to a developer that is not actually required, that has little to benefit and quite a lot of inconvenience, as has been stated, to the residents, to the adjacent property owners, to now face an intrusion of our privacy, a risk to our safety, all for nothing to gain. Lastly, as we think about, well, what do we do moving forward and what solutions might actually help? The state actually has an obligation, we believe, to address the culvert at Fence Creek. I believe that they've got this in their plans, that the culvert is undersized, especially given rising coastal waters. So an alternative opportunity might be that, concurrent with the state's plan to rebuild the bridge and the culvert at Fence Creek, we look to actually locate a more properly positioned viewing area and potentially an extension of the greenway, concurrent with the rebuilding of the culvert and the bridge, where the community who traverses the sidewalk could actually, across the bridge, have a better view of the marsh, have a place to sit should they so choose, and look out over the marsh. But our strong recommendation is that the Planning and Zoning Commission act within the parameters that you're empowered to, grant the amendment as sought by the property owners, and then we look to do this in a smarter and more thoughtful way, concurrent with the state's plans through the rest of the Fence Creek rebuild. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Joseph Mako, if you can identify yourself for the record.
My name is Joseph Mako. I live at 22 Randy Drive, Madison, Connecticut. And I've followed some of this change in zoning, which I was not greatly appreciative of. I think it ruined the character of the town by building that. But going back, I think the gripe between the Property Owners Association of this development and the developer, it's the one. That's one of the reasons why this was pushed through planning and zoning, because whether it could call it a carrot or whatever it was there. It was on the books, and people are entitled to the access. Now, whether or not this is infringing on the property owner's rights or whatever, but I think their gripe is with the developer, not with the planning and zoning, and to ask our Planning and Zoning Commission to change something that was presented to them at this point in time is not proper. I think we have to let this play out a little longer before we make any final decision on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else?
I don't have anyone else remotely in the audience who has their hand raised. I guess if anybody in this audience who hasn't had an opportunity to speak and wishes to, if you'd like to raise your hand, and Chair, you can call on them and step right up.
Are we ready to move to deliberation? Erin, what's our timing with this public hearing? Is it possible to get an extension or to table it till our next meeting?
The public hearing opened this evening. It may remain open for 35 days, so you may continue the hearing if you're seeking additional information to your November 16th meeting. I guess if the commission feels you need any more information, and then if not, if you have any further questions, you can ask those, and then I would just give following public comment if the applicant had any closing remarks to add prior to closing the hearing, that would be appropriate.
How's the commission feeling? Other comments, questions?
I think we should deliberate.
Move to
Yeah,
deliberation?
I have some questions that I don't think the answer here.
So maybe we
A
should
continuation.
continue the public hearing till our next meeting. That's fine.
Okay, that's good.
I can ask the question now, maybe, I don't think they know if they would have said it, but one question I have, Bob Reinhardt, is it was stated that the architect, the landscaper, the planner, everyone else involved in the development of this project has stated that the viewing site was no longer in the picture that it had been taken out. And the question I have is, where did that understanding come from? Did it come from a conversation with someone on a member of the original Planning and Zoning Commission? Was there some kind of conversation at that level where it was thought that Planning and Zoning Commission was not saying, no, you don't need to do that, even if it was unofficial? Or was it just made up at, where did that very broad understanding come from? I mean, that kind of helps understand going forward. Also some,
I mean, the conditions were clearly.
they're very clear, yeah.
Yeah.
There's
Just
no
to-
question on that.
My response, I have searched the minutes of the meeting, the application documents, as well as the filed certificate of special exception that's on the land records. There are two of them. I see no evidence of that conversation, so I can't speak to where that came from. I don't have any.
And the other question I have is from, I don't know if the legal perspective, but if the decision is to eliminate probably just 3, 4, 1, and 2 would have to stay very, very. If we were to eliminate 3 and 4, to the suggestion made by one of the speakers, are we able to then gain access to the funds the original developer had put aside to develop that area and use them in a more appropriate way, either to expand the sidewalk and make it a viewing space,
At the end of the
like the
sidewalk.
last speaker said, some other way of creating a more appropriate space, potentially, or having.
I don't know that there is a legal mechanism to do that.
So then it's a negotiation, but.
I have not
Those are the
heard of a
things.
fee in lieu in place of providing public
And the
access
question can
to
be,
satisfy
as
code.
part of that, if we change conditions that then apply to the developer who's no longer a landowner, how can we?
Is that possible?
I'm sorry,
If we change the conditions that require a different approach to this situation, how can we then make that apply to the developer to ensure that they do? I have no idea.
so are you referring to a different location or?
Yeah.
I mean, I would think practically speaking, if it was the commission's decision that meaningful public access is required on the property, but you feel that you agree with the homeowners association that this particular situation is not meaningful, I guess you'd have to explore, are there ways to look at invasive removal opportunity to make it more meaningful? Or are there opportunities for the homeowners association to propose something different to you? I don't think that's at the commission's responsibility to design an alternative.
Got it.
You've approved the plan. And so this request is to you to modify or remove that. So I think that would be where you give direction to the association as to which way you're leaning and
Yeah,
what you
We
would be
did
looking
discuss
for.
modifying the design. I mean, that's why it was so helpful, Erin, to get the plan and see the design and see where it is and see the sidewalk and also for you all to see that it's actually down low, the existing platform, whereas the sidewalk would be up high. And yeah, maybe there is a way to still achieve some kind of viewing platform without putting it where it is.
Would it be helpful for you all to come visit? I mean, we would be happy
do
to.
it.
Yes.
I mean, to meet you and come see it.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
I run by it most days, I just stop once.
I think
When
you
you drive
see
over,
it
you
from,
don't pay much attention.
it-
And I
it's
can- I
quite-
can tell you from kayaking that culvert is definitely a problem. And you've got, this quagmire of invasive species there. And, and the suggestion to maybe, I'm happy to hear that maybe the state is looking at that culvert, opening it up and allowing better flow of the salt water. That would be a remediative effort also, so the Phragmites would be reduced. But, and then again, Erin, like whose responsibility is it to remove the Phragmites that's not on their property?
well, the property, I mean, this is not the property line here.
That was the question too.
So
is like
there's-
how much of the Phragmites is on the property and how much of it isn't? How
It's
How do
around
we-
a third.
mitigate?
It's a third on the outside, 2/3 elsewhere.
Yeah.
That's on the left hand side.
Yeah, and there's more than Phragmites that's invasive in there. I can tell you. There's
Yeah, I would say the
Thriving.
property line is roughly 50 feet from south of, or excuse me, east of the viewing platform. So it's,
Oh, okay.
there is a significant
There is a significant amount. that could
amount
be
of
removed.
property
Yeah.
that belongs to this subject.
We actually had
So
so Habitat come and look at removal. And we have a drawing, an aerial view that shows what percentage.
That would be
If
helpful
we
to
were
see
to
too.
remove our Phragmite,
Yeah. we could
you'll see
provide
that
that,
there's
that'd be
still
useful.
Yeah,
extensive
so a site
Phragmite.
visit would be great. More information that you have like that in terms of a management plan would be really helpful to see. I mean, seeing the plan itself helped hugely. So we're not just working, as I said, not in the abstraction, but can really see physically what's going on.
Maybe just some alternative.
A compromise.
Total.
Yeah.
And then I think
Yeah.
that's an easier path than remove, because Aaron, one of the things I heard was that there's for grants, there's a deed restriction that everybody is sitting on. For just exactly what we're talking about, and how would you specifically deal with that? My name is Mike. How would you deal with the deed restriction if you wanted to really pursue it?
So why don't we keep the public hearing open? And Erin, can we set up a date for a site visit?
I guess you have a couple of options. It's pretty visible from the road. If individual members wanted to see that, or if we go as a whole, and this commission, I don't think it has ever, these
We haven't.
particular members have ever done a site walk. Especially in the middle of a public hearing, a site walk would be a special meeting that would be scheduled by the commission. It's not an opportunity for discussion out in the field.
Right.
You basically visit, you familiarize your site yourselves with the surrounding areas, and
Whereas if
That's
we
it.
go individually, we don't have to have
And
this discussion.
so, which is fine, we can schedule a special meeting, that's fine, and I think that might be easier to get everybody together. Ensure we're not having conversations with any residents during our visits on the property, keeping us all together. We can do that, and I can send out some potential dates, and we need 24 hours legally to notice a special meeting, so we can plan that ahead of your next meeting, which would be the third Wednesday of November, Thursday. November 16th. So we can
Okay.
plan that for in between now and the 16th. I'm just asking, I have taken notes as far as some of your questions as far as legal, but
Legal,
I
yeah.
guess the other follow-up of opportunities for invasive removal or alternate suggestions for
Designs.
reviewing, that would be for the request, the applicant to provide some of those, some feedback on that.
So when I
But
said
not
alternate
directly to
plans, I did not, I wasn't specific about an alternate viewing plan, just an alternate plan. That could include any
numbers.
any number of things.
Took us 2 hours to get here, but it's been hugely helpful. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Michael is excusing himself. Janet, did you have anything else that you were looking for prior to continuing?
No, I just think that the information is important that we've gotten tonight, Aaron, and especially putting up the site plan. I appreciate that.
Okay. And Janet, are you okay with the site visit?
Yeah, well, I've been there. I go by it every day. I mean, we can do a special visit if you want, but you know,
Okay.
I'll do whatever you want, Carol.
Great, thank you, Janet. All right then, public hearing stays open.
We have a motion
Should I have a motion
to continue to the,
hearing open
I'll move it to keep it open.
until November 16th, is it?
yes.
Thank you. Second,
Second.
any further discussion? All in favor? We wait for Mike to get back, Aaron.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, a hybrid format again.
Okay then, I think we're ready to open the next public hearing. Could I have a motion?
This is 23-44. This is a petition for regulation text amendment to section 32 Plan Development District. We could just give it a brief moment to allow
Yeah,
folks to shuffle out.
And if
Thank
anybody
you.
needs to get up and grab them.
Thank you.
Thank you for your patience.
And we'll just kind of transition quickly and quietly to move on to the next one.
Shuffle our papers. Aaron, is the sound coming through okay?
Yes, I would just remind Mr. Angelino, if you could speak up during the presentation so that everybody attending remotely can hear you fine.
Thank you. I'd be glad to.
Thank you.
My name is Frank Angelino, 42 Stony Lane. I'm a member of POST, which is an Akron POSD for Protect Our Scenic Town. POST was formed after the P&Z February meeting approving a PDD or Plan Development District for the area from Stony Lane along the Boston Post Road and east and west to Mungertown Road. Post learned that the PDD would permit the intention of the PDD was to enable the facility, facilitate the conversion of the Winter Club to restaurant use and also to are you getting that echo?
He's beaming down.
We're getting interference, but Frank, we're having a hard time picking you up remotely. If you could
Okay.
project a little more. Thank you.
Post was formed after the February P&Z meeting, which approved the PDD in the Stony Lane and Mungertown Road area. in order to facilitate development of the conversion of the Winter Club to restaurant use, and also to help residential development in the rear of Barbary Hill Farm. Post learned about the PDD and wanted to find out what it meant for the neighborhood. And found out that it would permit commercial use in the residential area, and such commercial uses consist of retail restaurants, including fast food operations, hotels, high-tech and biotech facilities, distilleries, wineries, microbreweries, urgent care facilities, along with medical offices, a large array of professional offices, underground parking, and attached housing. Post learned that an assemblage of 2 acres plus 200 feet of frontage along the road would qualify anyone to apply for any of those uses I just mentioned in the PDD. Post also learned that in 2009, the Boston Post Road, at the request of the town of Madison, Boston Post Road for a 2.3 mile stretch, starting at Neck Road 2 north to Lover's Lane, was designated a scenic road by the state. And in the letter announcing the scenic road designation, the then commissioner of DOT stated that any development must be compatible with the immediate surroundings and cannot detract from the scenic natural character and visual quality of the highway area. Many Post members during the summer attended the strategic sessions that the town of Madison had and heard from a number of people in the town that one of the most special things about Madison was its scenic area of the Boston Post Road. A little research indicated that there are only 3 sections similar to our 2.3 section of scenic road that has residential scenic road in the state of Connecticut, only 3, meaning that this was a very unique place, both in Connecticut and of course in our town. We heard that widespread support about the unique character of the Boston Post Road's scenic area, which was an attraction for many people coming to the town. We learned further that in the summer, we had a meeting with the Madison Town Planner to discuss ways to address the commercial use in the scenic area of the Boston Post Road. We came up with this zoning amendment, which would add 1 sentence to the eligibility section, PDD or Plan Development District, and it's in section 32.3.2, subdivision D, and then further subdivision quadruple I, small I, which is the eligibility section, which lists that in order to be eligible, you have to be at least 2 acres, 200 feet of frontage, et cetera, et cetera. And what we're proposing is 1 sentence at the end of this eligibility section, which would state that in no event any lot, let's give you the exact wording so that here. In no event will any lot or parcel be located adjacent or bordering a state designated scenic road. So if the zoning amendment is approved, it will not affect the Winter Club project because that is outside the scenic area, which ends at Neck Road 2. Nor will it affect any development as you will subsequently take up this meeting, subsequent meetings for residential use at the rear of former Barber Hill Farm, because that is not immediately on the scenic area. And as I understand it, it's not going to apply under the PPD regulation. So, but if this is approved, the zoning amendment that we propose will ensure that the scenic beauty of Madison, which is such an attractive to so many people, will not be either diminished by any of the commercial uses I mentioned, or worse yet, lost. I yield to Julie Ovian and Alan Katz, who are also members of the post. I thank you for your time.
Hi, I'm Julie Ovian. I live at 317 Boston Post Road. And I'm up here to basically echo what Frank has already said, but as a resident of this particular strip of property. My husband Kevin and I, we purchased our home over 30 years ago. We were a young couple relocating from California and had the dream of owning an antique home. So we purchased our home at 317 Boston Post Road. Because of its age, it's built in 1849. We recently had the Madison Historical Society plaque it and do the deed research, and it is now the Lois Bradley home. I'm proud of the fact that it is the first home on record owned by a woman. In Madison, that is. Another thing that I'm really proud of is that our neighbor to the north of us, Mr. Don Liepelt, was born in our house, raised in our house. His grandmother was, I believe, the second owner of our house, and he still lives right behind us. And we're great neighbors. So that just kind of speaks to you a little color of what a special area this is. There's a man who's lived his entire life on this property and has stewarded it along with the other homeowners on this stretch of Boston Post Road, these historic buildings. So over the years, Kevin and I considered moving as our family grew. We have 3 kids, born and raised in the house and active in public schools, educated here in Madison. But each time we considered it, we decided to stay put and to either expand the house or renovate, model to meet our family's needs. And each time we did that, we were very conscious of keeping its historic integrity and went to great lengths to do that. So now the kids are launched and we're still there, and we're still very proud and happy to be residents of the Boston Post Road. In 2009, as Frank mentioned, the town of Madison Land Use Office applied to the state for state scenic road designation for a good portion of the Boston Post Road in Madison, including our section. In order to qualify for scenic road designation, the state roadway under consideration must have a minimum length of 1 mile and have significant natural or cultural features along its borders, such as farmland, historic buildings, vistas of marshes, shoreline, mature trees, or other natural features which singly or in combination set the highway apart from other highways as being distinct. The state of Connecticut found the Boston Post Road from Neck Road to Lover's Lane to be such a road. And we were thrilled. We thought it was scenic. Now it's official. So last Friday, we were very surprised at the text amendment, which included an amendment to the PDD eligibility that described our specific area, and we found ourselves smack dab in the middle of it. So tonight I'm asking you to consider this additional phrase that would protect the scenic road from development. As Frank mentioned, it would have no impact on changing the Winter Club to a restaurant. And it should have no impact on the proposed development of homes on the backside of Barbary Hill Farm. Neither of those parcels border the scenic road. But what we do hope it will do is establish that we as Madison citizens and the board here appreciate the gift of this beautiful thoroughfare that is the entryway into our town. And its beauty and its scenic nature is due to the historical buildings and the farmland and the open fields, and in fact, the town green and town village. Let's not take that for granted, and let's do all we can to protect our scenic town. Thank you. I appreciate the time and attention.
Yeah.
If I could just interject for a moment, Mr. Katz, before you begin. Julie and Frank, you have submitted petition for a text, a regulation text amendment. And in the application, you're petitioning on behalf of Post. And just identify Post as preserve our scenic town. The zoning regulations, section 17.2 prescribe process, or 17 in general prescribes a process for amending a zoning map or zoning text amendment. And section 17.2 specifically states that any resident or property owner may request a change to these regulations by filing a written petition. It is unclear in your application what parties you are representing. So it's my recommendation that prior to further discussing the merits of the proposed language of this application, that you clearly identify the parties by name and address petitioning for this amendment, so that we can determine, the commission can determine compliance with section 17.2 of the regulations.
I think, yeah, it's also described as a corporation on the application, so we need to.
I couldn't find any evidence of Post as an entity, either on file in the town
It's actually-
clerk's office
No,
or
no,
with the
no.
state of Connecticut.
It's not. And so in order to expedite this, if it matters, I think that Frank and I can be the applicants. We can leave it at that. We only mention Post to let you know that there are several people behind this that also feel just as we do and are very concerned about protecting this scenic road. We did not want to circulate a petition and get into, publicizing this. We felt that that would be a little heavy-handed and not necessarily necessary. But if you would like us to go back and do that, certainly we can do that. We can fill the room with, all the people and do all that. But I thought that this was pretty clean, pretty simple, and I'm happy to represent it along with Frank, if we can get it decided tonight. But that's.
It's a simple amendment, and we can make that.
To clarify that
Yeah.
you are the sole
We are the
applicants as
applicants.
residents?
Okay.
Okay,
That's
thank
great.
you.
Thanks. Erin, is it possible to put up the text, the proposed text amendment?
Yes, I can. And then I guess,
And I, along with the proposed text amendment in our application, we also put up the two maps. So I was hoping that you have those for the reference as well.
I can absolutely get that. And then I guess, Mr. Katz, before we then go to public comment, we'll allow you to speak as part of the public comment. Let's just see first if the,
So you're
when
not
we
an
do.
applicant.
I'm sorry?
We're not an applicant.
Sure.
So we should respond. That's your presentation then.
Sure.
So let's give the commission.
Okay,
chance to
so
respond.
I
Any
will
questions?
Bring up the,
Yeah.
I'll bring up the amendment. Sorry. Usually if we're Zoom only, I have two screens, but in person, I don't even have a mouse. So thank you for your patience.
Thanks.
Okay.
That's great. Yeah.
So the three little eyes there was the change that was done in February. It was added to the eligibility section of a planned development district. That location described is this map. Okay. The map you see here with the red dots reflect parcels that with our amendment would be impacted, would be exempt from the planned development district or the eligibility for a planned development district. So you can see there, I'm 317, smack dab in the middle there. Mr. Lepel behind me at 313 and 315. And Frank is over on Stony Lane. But, so we feel, and the scenic road starts at Neck Road right there and continues on all the way to Lover's Lane. But we didn't discuss the rest of the scenic road because that's not in this amendment to the planning.
That's just from here to there.
Yeah. So it's very limited in scope, but it
So
does.
do you have support of everyone of those property owners?
I believe we do. Would you?
I don't know if I support it.
Okay.
I'm one of the property.
Okay.
This is the first I've heard.
All right. So were you aware that your property?
Well,
was placed
I would
there?
ask that if our
Yes, I would.
public comment, we'll get an opportunity to have.
So, yes, that is our
And-
proposition.
Here, oh, I gotta rotate again, sorry. This language in red is a
That is
specific
it.
new language that is proposed.
So does that specific language, will it only apply to III, or it seems very broad statement? Like that would, nothing between Neck Road and Lover's Lane?
Along the entire scenic
So
road?
I can, yeah, I can,
Well, it is, there's a semicolon. It is a further description of this description that was put into the planning, the PDD eligibility criteria. When another one might be established, let's say you're going to put a PDD somewhere else, I would imagine you'll have another 3 eyes or 4 eyes, whatever, that will discuss, that will describe its boundaries. And those boundaries are this neighborhood.
so I think to clarify, there have been no planned development districts approved. This is not a district. The planned development district is a floating zone
Overlay.
mechanism. It's not an overlay
Sorry.
zone, it's a floating zone.
Right.
That should a property meet these criteria, A through E, essentially, A through D,
See,
they may be eligible to apply to the commission for a planned development district. In doing that, that process includes a zoning map amendment and a master plan approval before the Planning and Zoning Commission. And should that map amendment be approved, then a subsequent site plan application would also then be required by the commission. So this is not a redistricting. The requirements specifically relating to this area are a minimum lot size, well, or two general regions in town, a minimum acreage of 2 acres, and 200 feet of frontage on a town or local road, located within a residential zone, or rural residential zone, must be further located within an area specifically designated as a future development opportunity in the 2013 Plan of Conservation and Development or successor document. There are 2 properties identified in that document, and as you'll recall, those are the north and south side properties at the intersection of New Road and State 450, Duck Hole there. And then this triple I language is this area bounded as described in this section. So that's just a sort of a clarification
And
of
also,
that.
Aaron, to further clarify, it remains R1.
The zoning in this area has not changed. It is a residential zone. Nothing has changed in that. There has been no zoning map amendments to this specific district. I'll allow Julie, if you have a further presentation, and then otherwise I have
No,
a few
only
staff
that
comments I
the
can
purpose
add.
of, I believe the purpose of making it a PDD, or designating this area as eligible for PDDs, because again, I understand it's not a PDD until it's actually active. But there was a reason for designating that area as a potential site for a planned development designs district. And I think the reason was the homes at Barbary Farm and the Winter Club. Neither of these are going to be impacted while we will preserve the integrity of the rest of the scenic road. It seems to me like, there's no reason not to do it.
And Aaron, is it clear that it would be just within this short segment of the scenic road with the language that's being proposed?
There's
Or
no
could it be in-
other
could it be in-
segment of the Boston Post Road scenic road that is currently eligible for a planned development district.
Right, okay, thanks.
It's not described in that criteria. Or the eligibility criteria, I should say.
I mean,
But this is.
If
The
you
code-
could pass
the
the
code,
microphone
you know,
to Julie.
the purpose, as stated in 32.2, the statement of purpose of a planned development district. The PDDs are intended to provide an attractive alternative to subdivision of land, to diversify Madison's overall housing portfolio, to encourage open space and economic development by allowing residential, commercial, or a mixture of uses in a comprehensively planned setting. So that is the purpose of this designation. It's as if they took this area and said, we are considering, welcome developers, we are considering this land an appropriate space for commercial, mixed use, the various uses that Frank said. And we're not opposed to development. We were never opposed to the restaurant being made out of the Winter Club. We have no problem with the homes being proposed on Barbary Farm. We do, however, feel like this is a treasure in Madison that deserves protection.
One addition, since the enactment of the first zoning resolution in the United States in 1916, the courts have supported zoning that is predictable. One of the things that we discussed in looking at the PDD is the lack of predictability in the area. Because someone could assemble a parcel of 2 acres and 200 feet and introduce commercial into the area, any one of those commercial uses. And once that happens, other parcels will follow commercial. And what it is, the scenic road in Madison will then become an area similar to what you have in many other towns in Fairfield County, in New Haven County, where the Boston Post Road is commercial. So the town has to make a decision, and P&Z has to make a decision. Is that the direction the town wants to go? If it is, then this proposed amendment is not something that they want to do. If the town wants to go in the direction of commercial, then it'll be PDD as it is right now. But there's a choice to be made, and it's on the table.
Erin, did you want to respond?
Some
staff
Well, I do have some staff comments for the commission that I thought were relevant. For the record, just to assist you in your review. We've taken care of our applicant and identifying who our applicant is. Zovian has gone through clearly the eligibility and the proposal before you, so I'm not going to reiterate that. As you're aware, you did approve this language in February of this year. As part of this application, up until the description of the scenic road on the record, no additional information was included in the application regarding the state designated scenic road. So I did want to provide you with that information as well. Ms. Ovian did reference that Connecticut Department of Transportation is the authority, the governing authority over determining state designated highways as scenic roads. In 2008, a 2.34 mile section of Boston Post Road was designated. The state has a history of designating sections of rural 2-lane highways as scenic to either encourage sightseeing or to help protect it from projects such as widening or rerouting. A potential scenic highway must have significant natural or cultural features, as Ms. Ovian mentioned, such as agricultural land or historic buildings, structures which could be listed on either the National or State Register of Historic Places, or the road could afford vistas of marshes, shorelines, forests with mature trees, or other notable natural or geological features, which singularly or in a combination set the highway apart from other state highways as being distinct. The highway shall have a minimum of 1 mile in length and shall abut development that's compatible with its surroundings. Such development must not detract from the scenic or natural character or visual qualities of the highway area. Special improvements in maintenance standards exist for scenic roads, and those are also governed by the Department of Transportation. This includes widening, paving, guide rails, grade changes, straightening or removal of stone walls, removal of mature trees, any signage that's being added, any potential drainage systems. I did provide the commission with a map that I didn't print in color apparently, but does have a lovely green line that basically extends from the east end of the Neck River up towards the east along Boston Post Road to the intersection of Lovers Lane and Liberty Street. That is the distance of this particular state designated scenic road. The state does have, the town does have another state designated scenic road, which is up north on Route 80 as well. As you're aware from previous plan development discussions, the provisions in section 32 are designed to permit modification of the strict application of the standards and provisions in the zoning regulations. This is done to accomplish specific purposes, such as diversifying the town's housing portfolio, encouraging open space and economic development, as Ms. Obian said, by allowing residential, commercial, or a mixture of uses in a comprehensively planned setting. This is a tool to be used by the Planning and Zoning Commission that is endorsed by the Connecticut General Statutes. And it is the exemption to that uniformity clause of that typical Euclidean zoning mechanism. The Planned Development District requires sensitivity in design in order to achieve a development that will be complementary to adjacent land uses while advancing the town's planning directives. In section 32.2.1, there are factors that the commission must include in considering and approving a map amendment for a planned development district. These include the location, uses, and layout of the proposed planned development district are in conformance with the intent of and the goals and objectives contained in the plan of conservation and development. B, that the harmony and compatibility of the planned development district be with surrounding neighborhoods and land uses, including the incorporation of adequate buffers to protect abutting property values, minimization of traffic impacts on residential streets, to the extent practical, the establishment of traffic patterns which direct commercial traffic to major thoroughfares and away from residential areas, and provide for adequate on-site parking, prevention of glare and noise from non-residential areas of the development negatively impacting adjoining residential properties, protection of groundwater resources where adjoining properties use on-site wells for potable water supply. And C, protection of natural and historic resources, including but not limited to inland and tidal wetlands and watercourses, coastal resources, groundwater resources, floodplains, ledge outcroppings, steep slopes, wildlife habitat, historic sites and landscapes, archaeological and/or scenic vistas. I, this is C, subsection I. Particular care must be made to limit the visibility of development from scenic and rural roads. II, efforts must be made to properly document key cultural, scenic, historical, archaeological, and natural resources as part of the application process. And III, preservation of a minimum of 15% of the site that is devoted to residential use as open space. Additionally, the commission needs to consider the following factors: access to major roads, proximity to community services, physical characteristics of the applicable parcel, existing municipal infrastructure's capability to support the proposed development, and consistencies with the policies of the Plan of Conservation and Development. At this time, language exists within section 32 to remain consistent with the legislative standards for scenic roads, which I have attached for your reference. The commission will need to consider now how this proposed amendment could impact the goals of the district as a whole, and whether or not it's consistent with the goals and policies of the current Plan of Conservation and Development. It appears that based on the application materials, 353 Boston Post Road is the only currently eligible parcel within this subject area that would be directly impacted and no longer eligible to apply for a planned development district under these regulations. Lastly, the commission may wish to consider the timing of this proposal with respect to current planning process associated with the update of the Plan of Conservation and Development, our POCD. This process is an opportunity for the commission to hear directly from stakeholders with respect to future land use and conservation goals. This process has and continues to encourage public feedback. It is anticipated that upon adoption of the updated Plan of Conservation and Development, that the commission will begin a comprehensive review and update of the zoning regulations to align with these updated goals. And again, I've attached copies of the language associated with the regulatory process, the review process for changes made along a scenic road. It does not require an approval process on private property for that. It specifically spells out the, as I mentioned earlier, the specific items that are under the jurisdiction of the DOT, as known as special improvement and maintenance standards for scenic roads. If you have any questions?
Yeah, so I guess the only one I asked, does anyone know of anyone planning on putting in a brew pub in the area? Okay, I just thought, or a distillery? Some of my friends would be disappointed.
There are no other questions?
I had one.
Oh, sorry.
Aaron, just make sure I understand this. One, if we were to do, if the Planning and Zoning Commission were to approve any kind of commercial development along the scenic road, Connecticut would put us at risk of maintaining that designation to begin with. Is that a correct statement? If we were to approve commercial development along the scenic road, it would put us at risk of losing the designation as a scenic road.
I don't believe that's an accurate statement.
It felt that way when you said, because the scenic road rules by the state of Connecticut tell us to maintain a certain level of.
Compatibility.
Correct.
And
So improvements proposed to the roads need to be reviewed by the DOT Scenic Road Advisory Committee to determine if those improvements will have a significant effect upon. I think there's
Scenic.
more of a restriction. So when you go forward with the process to have a road designated as a scenic road, there is an inventory and documentation of the features along that road that
qualify it.
To qualify in the first.
So
Yeah.
if you're looking to remove or alter those specific features that were identified at the time of that designation, I think those would be subject. There's language specifically
right.
in that.
Right.
So
There's
there's
an
also
extra- it's a
language
layer
in
of
your
protection.
PDD
Yeah.
that in this particular section, where there's not currently in the residential zoning district, that underlying required.
So we've added a layer. Any other questions?
Well, for Aaron, you mentioned 353 is the only currently eligible parcel within the subject area that would be directly impacted, no longer eligible to apply for PDD and these regulations. Are you saying under the proposed regulations?
Yes, under the
Under the
proposed language of the properties that are identified in red circles, the Barbary Hill Farm is the one property currently that meets all of the criteria for eligibility today.
Unless two
Actually,
properties,
Plot.
unless two properties are sold and put together.
Currently, as they exist today,
Flip.
the Barbary Hill Farm is the one property that
Right.
is eligible.
Okay. The applicants are saying that, well, things could change, property changes hands, and then under the current laws.
Properties could be
all the way down.
merged. There is the
Okay.
potential for that
That's
if
the
they
first.
were sold and purchased.
For example, my neighbor, Mr. Lepel, his property and my property, which are all touching, combined as one. And we would have 200 feet of frontage, and we would have 4.5 acres to develop. We could build a hotel.
That's why you're.
You could apply for a PDD
Exactly.
with
I
a
could
master
apply, that's
plan
right,
approval and
that's right, and there would
demonstrate
be- yep,
consistency with the regulations.
Right.
To seek a
Absolutely,
hotel.
absolutely.
There's no as of right development associated
No,
with
but
this.
it does expedite the whole process,
regulatory.
otherwise why would that be?
It's too
The-
facile to say that, because what the courts would look at is a recently passed PDD regulation, and then an application for a hotel, as Julie just mentioned. And they would say, why did the town pass this PDD regulation, which meets all the criteria of PDD, and then turn it down, which you're suggesting that the commission could do? So we feel that it's more than just potential threat, that it's a real threat.
When the commission reviews a zoning map amendment, or in this case, a regulation text amendment, you are acting in your legislative capacity where you have full discretion over that process. It is a different process than when you are acting administratively, reviewing a special exception that is an allowed use in the zone subject to meeting particular criteria. This is a different process where you are reviewing this in a different capacity.
Any other questions from commissioners? Open it up to the public.
So we have Mr. Katz first on the list. You've been patiently waiting.
Yes.
Alan, if you could just identify yourself formally for the record.
And my wife and I, Penny, live at 363 Boston Post Road, which is the corner of Stony Lane. And I changed what I was going to say 6 times since I arrived yesterday at this meeting. And I'm now feeling that we're in this technical aspect of saying that, I guess if I had to title my little talk, it would be "It Only Takes One." And I think you people have a really big responsibility to be members of Post to preserve our scenic town. And this amendment is so minor in the fact that we're asking that no commercial development take place from the Schoolhouse Deli to Stony Lane. It's a small section of the Post Road. And I think by having this PDD, whether it be designation, whether it be floating, it's real. It allows someone to apply. Erin pointed out the 106 steps that someone might have to go through to build a commercial development in that section, but someone can go through that process. And I think that by not having this designation, by not doing this amendment, the town is opening itself up for some unknown entity, whether it be an apartment building, whether it be high-density housing. We've been using in our discussions with Erin and with Peggy Lyons, who we met with for 3 hours, with Carol Snow. We had a wonderful meeting, and this text amendment changed as a result of that meeting. So how can we proceed, solve this problem of being open to commercial development on the Post Road and not necessarily change what you people passed on February 17th of this year, as far as this PDD floating zone designation? I don't know. I'm still trying to grab it. Every time I grab it, my hand is nothing there. It's like trying to grab smoke. But in my opinion, if it walks like a PDD and it sounds like a PDD and it acts like a PDD, it's a PDD. And that's the way I feel about it. And I think our neighbors feel that way about it. So why not pass this little text amendment to not open the town to lawsuits by someone who buys Julie's property, and buys the next door neighbor, and at that point, it's going to be a domino effect, because no one will want to live in that strip, and open it up to commercial development and look like Branford or Guilford along the Post Road, where these historic houses remain as single items when you drive up the road, and then next to a donut shop, followed by a gas station and a strip mall, because that could happen. You think you're in control, but a smart set of lawyers with a lot of money really
as long as they're in compliance, will win the day. So I'm not thinking what's gonna happen tomorrow. I'm thinking what's gonna happen 5 years from now or 8 years from now. And what the Boston Pearl Shore is gonna look like 25 years from now. That's your responsibility. That's why you're here. That's why you decided to be members of the zoning board, is to protect our town from this adverse development. And this little section is not large, but it is the post road. It is the scenic postcard of our town. And it's why my wife and I moved here. And when we tell people and friends from all over the country, our new address is 363 Boston Post Road, US 1, they don't understand it. They say, you live on the Post Road? And I say, you come and see it. You'll see why we live here. So that's my little speech. It only takes one. And you have the ability tonight to just pass the simple text amendment change to prevent that from happening, regardless of what the checks and balances may be in the legal process. I say end it here, stop it now. That's my little talk.
Thank you. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Cox.
Should I go up there or not on the list? Oh, do you want to work through the list of folks who signed up and then
Oh, sorry, I
work
didn't
through
realize there were more on the list.
those after? Is that
Sure, yeah, that's, I'm asking.
Okay, sure. Next we have Christopher McKeon, 31 Hotchkiss Lane.
Rather not use the mic if I don't have to. Can everybody? hear me?
Yeah, you're picking up.
Good.
Sounds good.
I had only a little to say until I just heard what I heard. We are falling victim to fear mongering in our town. This is what's happening. And I have to say a couple of preliminary things. First of all, my name is Chris McKeon. I'm a resident of the town of Madison. Moved here in 1995. I've been practicing law in front of this commission and other boards and commissions in the town since that time. I also represent Kingsley and Kelly Goddard. Kingsley is here. They are the owners of Barberry Farm, and make no mistake about it, they are the only property owner that is affected by what's going on. And they are the reason for Post. They are the reason for this application. Aaron noted the fact that Post was the applicant. Post can't be an applicant. I don't, there's a reason why residents and property owners of the town are the only ones who can come before you to ask for a change in the zoning map or the zoning regulations. I believe they feel they've corrected that, but I don't know that you can correct that at the hearing. There are things like public notice, things like that have to be adhered to before you can get a change to the zoning regulations. And I think from the outset of this PDD, which has come to take on a name that I think brings up evil spirits or something in the town, the PDD regulation was written for the town in 2019. It has been on the books since 2019. It's not a new thing. It's certainly not a new thing in other towns and communities across the country. In fact, our 2013 Plan of Conservation and Development encourages the town to use the PDD for exactly what occurred with the Winter Club. We have a use that everybody wanted. Everybody wanted the restaurant. You want another restaurant, it's a perfect use for that property, but it's not permitted in the zone. At the number of meetings where different iterations were put forth to make the Winter Club property eligible for PDD consideration. And I say eligible, I note on the agenda tonight, there is the acceptance of that very first effort of the Winter Club to ask you to make that property a PDD. That only could have occurred because of what you did back in February. And back in February, you had to include a parcel of properties, not just one, in order to have it be a valid regulation change under the PDD. I think there were at least 3 meetings where different iterations of the change to what area of town you're going to allow a PDD application to be saw.
We refined it.
And it got refined and there was lots of input, I think intelligent input, to come up with this particular area where we now allow it, in addition to the area of off exit 62 New Road. And this area was chosen out of the blue. There were specific properties, and I would argue that PDD ought to be townwide. Because you, as the commission, just like you do for any other zone in this town, have the ability to say, that's crazy to change this property to be in a zone to allow a Chick-fil-A. You guys have that ability. It is no different for me to represent a developer and say, I want to take property in this particular area and I want to change it to light industrial or industrial zone because I want to use this property for manufacturing. The process, the legal process and the legal requirements you have to establish to get that done are identical for a PDD, a commercial zone, an industrial zone. So there are protections in place. They're already there. The scenic road statute does not require you to say, we have to eliminate commercial development on the scenic road. That is not true. You have the ability to, because of the PDD regulation that you have the ability to specifically tailor the use, the particular use, the way it's done, the way it looks, all of which you do not have if you do a simple zone change, like making a portion of this property commercial zone, extending the commercial zone from the car wash further east, which at one of the meetings was suggested as a possibility. And I understand the confusion of people because this is a confusing topic. And the first application tonight, it reminded me to suggest that I really do think we need to get town council at some of these meetings because I think it would help a lot. They're not easy concepts. They're not. But I think it's important to not have misinformation. There is no reality whatsoever right now that somebody is going to come to my office or any other attorney's office and say, I want you to file an application to make a PDD on the Boston Post Road, assembling properties or otherwise, because I want to build Chick-fil-A with a drive-through and pay an engineer, an attorney, soil scientists, environmental experts to the tune of $75,000, $100,000, maybe $200,000. Because we all know that's dead on arrival. It's not going to happen. But we're fearing that that's going to happen. And the real reason is we're all afraid of multifamily housing. We don't want it in town. I've been involved with most of the multifamily projects in the town. Every single one of them brings up huge opposition. It is not unique to Madison. I mentioned, I read today, I would encourage all of you to read it. There is a series in the Boston Globe going on right now about towns in Massachusetts that are being decimated by this bias against multifamily housing. It is ruining our towns. It's ruining towns like Milton, Mass. And there are many times. And that was yesterday's article was on Milton, Mass. You should read it. Particularly with respect to the Goddards, they do not have a development proposal on the table at all. They have nothing planned, but he really doesn't want to be a farmer his whole life. He's getting tired. He didn't have to do something with the rest of the property. He did sell the rear portion of the property, and I think that's the next item on the agenda tonight. Which, after all of the effort to have his property be eligible for a PDD, that path wasn't chosen. Want to know why? In part, it's difficult to get a PDD done. Very difficult.
Can you use the microphone?
Okay.
Excuse me, Mike. Chris, we're having trouble here.
Is that better?
Yeah, flip the switch.
Is that better?
No.
I got it. that better. Let me see. Reiterate a couple of the points that I was making and when others were talking. First of all, a PDD was not approved back in February. I think you all realize that. The uses that are listed in the PDD section right now can be limited. 3 meetings, we could have been talking about uses. We weren't talking about uses. We weren't also talking about scenic roads at that time, which we could have. Under 8-3, the Connecticut General Statutes, you as a commission don't even have to hear this application because you've heard it less than 12 months ago. I realize you want to hear it. Our commission has always been receptive to public comment, and I think that's a good thing. But it didn't have to be heard. You just visited this very section of the regulation. So, and there's a reason for that statute saying that you don't have to do it every 12 months because people are going to disagree. And someone's going to walk out of a meeting and not be happy with what you did. You don't get to come back over and over again to talk about the same thing. I would argue that where we are right now with the plan of conservation and development, with that going on, how can we consider any changes to the PDD without the benefit of that document? We have a 10-year-old document right now which suggested using the PDD. I think it's a good tool, but making any changes right now, and one of the things I do agree with, and I do agree a lot with what a lot of people have said, your role is important. The town has a decision to make, which direction we want to go. Do we want to make sure that the Boston Post Road, the scenic portions of it, never, ever change under any circumstances? Maybe we do. But how can we know that? And that decision does need to be made, and that's exactly what the P O C D is supposed to tell. And that's why anytime there's a zoning map change or a zoning regulation change, you have to make a specific finding that it's consistent with the plan of conservation and development. If I were sitting in your chair, I don't know how I could do that tonight. Because we obviously have differing opinions. We have a plan that says we got to encourage diversity of housing opportunities, yet we have lots of people, me included, who want to keep an integrity to the downtown and a charm to the downtown. We all know it's there. It's hard to put your finger on. And it's very hard to make development decisions when you're balancing those. But that's what the plan of conservation and development is supposed to do. So I think it is very wise of you to delay your decision at least until you have the benefit. There are the next point I want to make is that the specific request, when you look at the parcels on the Post Road, taking them out of PDD eligibility is about as illogical as I've ever seen in zoning exercise. This is when we make requests like this to a commission, we hire planning consultants and other experts to say, here's how we want to direct potential development. I would suggest perhaps removing properties from the PDD which are deeper into the residential zone. It is a commercial thoroughfare, whether you like it or not. One is a commercial thoroughfare. The areas where we can have commercial development in town are extremely limited. They're at the very west end of town and the very east end of town. Those are the commercial zones. The east end of town on Route 1, majority of the commercial property is owned by the state of Connecticut. It's part of Hammonasset State Park. So I do not believe that any limitation on potential creative development through a PDD request is the right thing. Now, I'm just one voice, I'm one resident in town. I would suggest just the opposite. We need to have more flexibility so we don't run into situations like the winter. How many meetings do they have to go to get a restaurant that everybody wants? It's because of our zoning. So I would leave you with these final thoughts, and that is, one, recognize the PDD as a useful tool for you. It gives you authority. I trust your ability to exercise that authority. Getting the resources from the P O C D, from the town attorney, from staff, from wherever you can, you have that authority. And we're all trusting you to exercise it properly. Leave the regulation alone until the 2023 POCD is completed. The current PDD regulation, as Erin recited when she read it, already has significant and sufficient protections and legitimate bases and factors for you that you have to consider to deny such a thing as a hotel manufacturing plant, a Chick-fil-A, or something else we know you don't want on that section of Boston. There are other ways to address this regulation than just excluding these properties, especially Kingsley and Kelly's property, from it entirely. Look at the uses. Maybe certain uses can't be allowed in certain areas. There are ways to address the concerns that the applicants have that are less overbroad and removing a property right as of right now that you're taking away from one property. Just one. Yes, I know that properties can be assembled, but right now, if you approve it, you're taking that right away from one property. I don't have any further things to say. Kingsley, do you have anything to add? Okay. Thank you for your attention. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Carol, may I say something?
I think it'd be great if we could go through the list of people who have asked to speak.
Mr. Katz, we're gonna go through the rest of the list
Let's
first
give everyone.
to give everyone an opportunity to be heard. I had Cindy Gardner on this, but Cindy, I think, might have signed the other list, so she's left. Dan Liepit, is that Liepit? I'm sorry if I pronounced your last name wrong. If you could,
Yeah, Donald Leefeld, 315 Boston Post Road. As Julie had said, I was born in the house that Bobians have now. And just thinking back, my family has lived within 750 foot on the Post Road for 207 years. Rather meaningful to me. And I just want to make sure we do the right thing and don't take a chance of losing that one small section of the Boston Post Road that certainly doesn't fit in with what people think when they hear you live on the Boston Post Road, route number 1. You've already heard that already. People come visit me from all over the country and they say, wow, what a great place you live in here. This isn't like what I ever imagined. Anyway, requires some good deep thought, no rash changes in anything. That's it.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, that's all I have on the sign-up sheet.
Can I speak?
I think these folks that raised their hands here before.
Do I sign up or want me to sign up? Or they're gonna.
No, she'll call on you in just a second.
After this,
Mr. Norris.
Trying to remember, it's been here so long, what I'm here for sometimes, but.
We need your
I'm
name and
very
address
con-
first.
I'm honestly very confused at this
Could you
point.
give us your name and
Yes,
address?
it's Terry McGuire. I'm not a member of Post. I am not an attorney here representing anyone. This is my husband, Kevin Tom. We live at 11 Maplewood Lane. We abut a property on Route 1. So that's where our concern comes in. We were away when everything passed in February. And I found it very surprising, and maybe I don't even understand it exactly, as I'm thinking I don't perhaps. But when we purchased our home in 2007, I was the real estate agent. And I felt safe purchasing the home that close to Route One, because it was on a scenic road, in a scenic road designated area. And that came from me as the realtor at the time. And when I hear Aaron Mannix reading all about it, I think it's a contradiction of what, I apologize, I can't remember your name, but you spoke very well. So I'm confused about that. And when I came tonight, I thought we were trying to reverse all of what had happened in February. So maybe I should just sit down, but I wanted to at least state my case in that I don't want to hurt anyone. I don't want Goddard hurt. I don't want to close down the plans for the restaurant. I just don't want a McDonald's in the lot next to me, because I thought we were safe from Neck Road on. And, you know, we're in the section across the street from where that designated area is. And I'm wondering if we're safe because the lots are smaller. But we have 200 acres on the back of our yard. So I'm thinking, there's a large property back, I don't know what can happen.
You're protected in other ways, but you're not really impacted, I don't think, by the
Not at all by this. Well, yeah. Well.
But we hear you.
I
We
wish
hear
we
you.
had a long time ago.
We hear you.
Well, you're not within the particular
We're across the
area.
street.
You're to
We're
the south of the
across
post
street.
road.
But
We live right there.
our property is 11 Maplewood Lane, so it
I
abuts.
understand, and you're on the south side of the Boston
BP
Post
Road.
Road.
Right.
The area that potentially could be eligible for a planned development district does not include any parcels south of the Post Road directly.
So there could be
If
a
an
McDonald's across
application-
the street. No.
It's
It's very confusing, and I felt as though when everything happened in February, it was kind of slipped under the rug. I worked on the Shoreline Greenway Trail Committee for years, and I thought, this happened faster than extending the Greenway.
I mean, we had more
You
than,
know?
we had at least
Yeah.
3 meetings, I think, and there was publicity.
We were away.
Welcome and unwelcome.
We were away the entire month of February, trying to be retired people, but.
Yeah, we hear you.
So, yeah. So anyway, I just think, let's not have an identity crisis in Madison, because one thing that I was is the executive director of the Guilford Chamber of Commerce for a while. And I sat in on a lot of economic development commission meetings. I see how quickly things can change.
Well, and please come to our
Don't have an
meetings.
identity crisis,
Right.
you know, let's.
We
let's
encourage you
be-
to participate in the plan of conservation and development too, which we're working on now. And those are our first Thursday of each month meetings. So please
All right,
participate.
well, thank you for you being here, because that's a hit. So, thank you.
Anyone else besides the Katz's, but I think.
I have. Hi, Jim Northman, 387 Boston Post Road. Please be nice, I just had dental surgery this afternoon.
You're not drooling, are you?
Careful of the mic.
And the bills, oh my goodness. Just to reiterate what Chris said and what Alan said, you have to make a decision, and, you know, what do you want? By the way, the P O C D update, the focus group meetings, it was, I won't say unanimous, but just about unanimous. People wanted the scenic roads, the small town character, farms protected, historic buildings protected, open space. I mean, 90% or more. So I think that's what people want. But so you have to make a decision. Simply, do you want commercial development along the scenic road? Maybe you do. I mean, as Chris said, maybe you do. Maybe we do. But to reiterate, I just can't see medical office buildings, financial institutions, as more banks, more dark storefronts, professional offices, retail, high-tech facilities, brew pubs and wineries. Well, I might be with you on that one. Obviously, no, and it's not just the PDD or the scenic road, it's people looking across
the street at this. And it's not just, you asked about people in the PDD scenic road area. It's about everybody in town. Do they want to see breweries, brew pubs, microbreweries, wineries, distilleries, biotech facilities, high-tech facilities, hotels, underground parking, again, banks and medical offices and other buildings? If you do, tell us and we'll move. And is it a threat? I think it is a threat immediately. There's so much money to be made by combining a couple lots. And so it's not theoretical, it's a quarter mile down the road towards Guilford. We could look just like the rest of Route 1, if that's what you want. So that's your choice.
Thank you. Yes, sir, in the back.
Hi, Jamie Cockaloon. I live at 279 Boston Post Road. I came
Jamie,
tonight.
could I ask you to speak up
Speak
just
up,
so
yeah.
that our microphone?
I came pretty much tonight just to, I'm in this district or this area, so I'm trying to figure out what's going on. What I'm gathering is, I bought my house because it is historic, and I grew up on Nantucket, I loved about it was that there was no fast food, there was nothing like that. And I do, historic renovations as a carpenter. But what I'm uncomfortable with this proposal is it really does seem to just be singling out the farm. No one else on this whole plan is eligible at this point. Looking at that map, it looks like it's about 13 properties or 15 maybe. I don't know. It seems very targeted to me. Which makes me feel a little weird. And it seems like you already have a lot of safety precautions. You have a lot of jurisdiction over what happens here. I feel like what's in place is already safe enough. I don't feel like we need to. I don't feel like it's that necessary.
If I might add at this point too, Aaron, that this area is also being proposed as a historic district, a local historic
Right, I
district.
know, yeah.
So that adds even another layer of protection if it goes forward. So I encourage you to participate in those meetings too.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I just say one thing? Because I wouldn't want our group to think that, whether it be by accident or on purpose, that we were targeting Barbary Farm. That is the furthest thing from our mind. We totally respect the Goddards, and we talk to them all the time and let them know how we're thinking. And we are not opposed in any way, shape, or form to responsible development. We're not opposed to Adams' project, which we think is hopefully going to go forward. And we admire Adam and his tenacity for getting something built on the back of the farm. So we're not opposed to responsible development. We're responsible to the theoretical possibility, which is very real, for the post road to be developed. It's not targeting Kelly and Kingsley. They have the right to develop their property. They own it. They should have the right to develop it. But I think that we don't want to see a office building or a bank or
I don't see
something
how
like that there. And I
don't see
think
that
that's proper.
possibility.
This is not a random street in North Madison. This is the Boston Post Road. It's not just us. So, we were always worried because the people that are here speaking up for this text amendment change could easily be accused of saying this is one of this not in your backyard routines. Where people on North Madison couldn't care about this, but I think they do, because this is the scenic highway on the Boston Post Road in our town. And that is what is under assault of a possibility of something happening. We're not opposed to Kingsley putting up bunch of houses there or anything like
And
that.
I love the historic nature of our neighborhood. I mean, that's what I love about it. I'm not against what you're
But-
saying.
But
I just-
a set of good lawyers overrules things like scenic highways and.
Well, they would have
and even
to,
historic.
they have to buy out.
Having at this point, we'd like to.
Yeah, thank you.
Take a break and, or not a real break, but allow anyone else to speak who hasn't spoken yet.
I just wanted to
I
go on
have-
record to say we're not opposed, we're not targeting anyone.
Yeah.
I have two individuals online who would like to be heard. Kristen, if you could please identify yourself for the record and unmute.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening. Hi, my name's Kristen Morris and I live at 30 Canborn Way. I don't live on near this area, but I strongly urge you to approve the proposed amendment so that this beautiful scenic road is preserved forever. As you know, many people have said in the meeting already that this is one of the areas in town that makes Madison special and attracts people. I go through, every time I pass through this area, I feel so fortunate to live in this town. I just think it's a incredible area. So I just ask that let's not become a commercial area like the Post Road in Guilford. And now's the time to be proactive and protect this area before it's too late. Thank you.
Here, thank you.
Is there someone else in line?
Yes, Joe Mako. Joe, if you could identify yourself, please, again.
Joseph Mako, 22 Randy Drive.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, very good. Yes, I do not live anywhere near the area, but I do live in Madison. I've been a resident of Madison for 50 years. And I've looked on the entire shoreline for places to live and raise my family. And one of the reasons when you drive down the Post Road in Madison, you say, wow, this town has it together. And I urge you to add that addition so that we don't end up with spot zoning in this town. And I was here on the earlier application, and I think what the planning and zoning allowed in that district was an abomination, and it should have never been approved, but it has, and we're going to live with it for a long time. I'm old enough, I won't be living a long time, but people that think about living here will look at that development and say, God, who thought of that? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Kingsley.
Kingsley, you're gonna need to speak up a lot.
All right,
Thank you.
You can do it.
If you do this scenic designation that starts at Neck Road, are you not basically just singling out one property that is the PDD then? Which then would be spot zone. I don't quite get it.
Kind of reverse engineering.
I mean, yeah,
Ways.
it doesn't, it really flies in the face. Everything that I was taught with spot zoning is a big, big no-no.
Yeah.
And that's really what this is boiling down to, if you designate this as such.
Few more, and then we might need to either continue the public hearing or deliberation. It's 10:15, and we have a lot of other items on our agenda. Yeah.
Hi, Kevin O'Leary, 317 Boston Post Road. So I just want to make one comment regarding the text amendment, because I heard many times stated that this was deliberated and there were 3 meetings. The reality is the zone that was approved on February 17, 2023, that map was released that day. And there was absolutely no warning that that was the zone of the proposed PDD. And it was stated many times by this commission this evening that this was deliberated for 3 meetings, and that's true. It went over a very long period of time, but that map that was voted on that night was released that day. And that was the day that we realized that we were within that zone. So for the record, I just want to state that was the case as I recall it.
Thanks. There's someone else in the back who hasn't had a chance.
Dave Forrest, 19 Maplewood Lane. I think it's a great amendment. I think we should approve it. I think it'll do a lot to protect scenic road maps.
Thanks.
Yeah, I'm confused. I don't want to argue. This gentleman made a very cogent legal.
Could you just state your name, please?
Oh, sorry. 363.
Can you hear okay, Erin?
I can't.
No, can you speak up, Penny, please?
I'll try.
Thank
I'm
you.
just getting over bronchial infection.
Oh.
I'm confused. If the POCD is the most important document, why was the PDD implemented in February rather than waiting for the POCD to be approved, sorry, for the next 10 years? It makes no sense. Targeted zoning, whatever you want to call it. The process that's been going, and this is an example of disaster waiting to happen, what happened with the general's residence. Don't let it happen again. And what is the harm right now of approving the amendment? If you can use PDDs in the areas, use them where they mean something. And don't penalize people who had no idea what you did. That's all I have to say.
I just wanted to respond in part to what the attorney said earlier.
Mr. Angelou, can we just make sure that everyone from the public is done, and then we'll
Okay.
give you, as the applicant, an opportunity to rebut? It appears that that's the case. I just wanted to make sure so we weren't going back and forth all night.
I just wanted to make one point evident. When he said the sole purpose of this amendment is to go after Barbary Hill Farm. I don't think, my wife and I live as neighbors of Barbary Hill Farm for over 25 years. And we've worked cooperatively with them in every way possible and consider ourselves friends of Pelican Kingsley. And only wanted to do things that are in their best interest. And many times have tried to do things in their best interest. And we think the world of what they want to do. This doesn't have principally anything to do with them. When you say that there are plenty of protections, again, we go to, and that also goes to the question of spot zoning. It's not spot zoning because potentially every place between Neck Road and Stony Lane are potential development sites. You're not spot zoning one site. You're really affecting all of those properties with this amendment from Neck Road to Stony Lane. And because it was mentioned, I have to respond. The attorney mentioned Chick-fil-A. And I think that's a very revealing case for everyone to hear, because Chick-fil-A, the average Chick-fil-A, and I'm not specifically citing Chick-fil-A, also Popeyes, but Chick-fil-A, the average Chick-fil-A outside of a mall, grosses $4.2 million a year. Chick-fil-A went into Fairfield, a town of 60,000 people, and made a zoning amendment. It wasn't a PDD, but a zoning amendment. They were turned down. And then they came back and told the town that they were going to spend whatever possible in order to overcome the town's objections. And the town caved in and approved the Chick-fil-A. In Manchester, Connecticut, Chick-fil-A also went, and the town objected to their application. And they said the same thing to the town. And the town wasn't willing to spend the amount of money, several $1 million, in order to fight Chick-fil-A. So now Chick-fil-A is in Manchester. We heard from the attorney that there are plenty of protections in the PDD. We don't believe that there are plenty of protections in the PDD, that if you turn down somebody who really wants to put in commercial and figures this is a good place, that you'll be able to spend the money in order to fight them. And that's the whole purpose of the amendment. It has nothing to do with Barbary Hill Farm, which we think is a treasure in our town. And we'll do everything possible to help them with their farm building, whatever way we can. And we've no objection to the development, which gave them extra income from selling the land that's directly across the street from us. And we've been supportive of that. So it has nothing to do with that. It has to do with the future of Madison.
Thank you.
There's no one
Virtual?
else with their hand raised, so
Okay.
I guess it's now a question for the commission. If you're seeking any additional information or if you're comfortable closing the public hearing.
How does everyone feel about closing the public hearing and deliberating? Can I have a motion? Close the public hearing. Second by Mike. Any further discussion? All in favor? Okay, great. Who would like to start the discussion?
So just to,
Can we hold them out? Yeah.
yes, and just to let you know, the commission, with the hearing closed, you have 65 days to deliberate on this. So if it's helpful, I didn't draft a draft resolution for you this evening. It would be helpful for me to hear some feedback. If you're
So we can.
comfortable making it,
Move to deliberate at our next meeting.
you can feed, you know, I think it would be helpful to have some conversations now to get a sense of where you're going, what type of resolution you're looking for, and then we can continue deliberations to the next meeting, if you feel that's necessary.
Does this have to be resubmitted because of the change in the
Post and
post
the
versus
applicants, yeah.
applicants?
I don't have the answer to that. Attorney McKeon raised that question.
There were
The
other issues
application
on the application as well, but
but
I'm willing to go ahead and discuss it, though, and deliberate based on what we have.
the applicant indicated on the record that
Changed.
Julie Ovian and Frank Angelino were the sole applicants. The legal notice ran in that description
With their name, right.
specifically as the applicants, as they were indicated on the application. It didn't say on behalf of any other party.
Okay.
That's something I can
Good question to confirm then.
follow up with, but I can give you that information. That's just a legal
Yeah, I mean, I think we have
question as you
had
move
plenty of
forward.
input. Thank you so much, everyone, for first of all, caring so much to come out and say, and also present this proposed amendment. I think we need to think about it. Also in the context, Aaron, you mentioned it, others have mentioned, of the plan of conservation and development that we're working on now. I don't think there's an urgency now to make a decision right away, but I think that if we could have some time to deliberate at the next meeting, that would be really beneficial. We'll be fresher minds, I hope.
Do you want to table all deliberations to the next?
I would like to, yeah, because we have a few more items on the agenda, so
Okay.
if that's okay with
Carol,
everybody.
is it possible to get a, I
There's,
may be out of order here, but. to
yeah,
get-
the public
portion of the hearing is
Well, I'm
closed.
just asking, is it possible to get, are the commissioners willing to?
There's no interaction between the commission and the public at this point, once the deliberation, so
You can stay and
begins. So
listen,
you
but
may
you
listen to
can't-
them, but you
Okay,
can't
this
ask them
is
questions.
How you all felt about it. So,
They will
we'll find out.
discuss that during deliberations, but it's not an interaction between the public and the commission at this point.
So we need a motion to continue the deliberation at our November 16th meeting.
Motion to continue.
That's
Moved by John Morgan.
Okay, any further discussion? All in favor? Okay, we're good. Thank you all.
Thank you all.
Okay, thank you.
Amazing patience.
So the next. Some other public hearing.
23-46, 31 Stony Lane. I would just ask, as we're moving forward, if we could transition quietly to the audience so that we can allow our next applicant
So
an
we need a
opportunity.
motion to open the public hearing.
Yes, I'm going to promote Chuck Mandel from Thomas Stevens and Associates onto the screen as a panelist. And our applicants as well. We have some in the room. Let's see, we have Tony.
Aaron Bob Reinhardt is move to open the public hearing for 23-46, seconded by.
Yes, Attorney Shansky is coming as well.
Okay.
Hello, Attorney Shansky. Could I ask who's presenting on behalf of, or beginning on behalf of the applicant?
I will begin.
Okay.
And then Tom Stevens is here and Chuck Mandel is here.
It's been so long.
Hard to recognize.
Good to see
We have a
you.
full house.
Attorney Shansky, unfortunately, our microphone ran out of batteries, so we would ask if you could please enunciate
I just
clearly.
celebrated my 50th year in the New Haven Symphony as a flutist. I can project.
You have the diaphragm. Good.
My kind of lady.
This is not a problem. In fact, you can tell me to keep it down if you like.
Thank you.
Good evening. Is it still Thursday?
It's still Thursday.
Okay, I'm going to try to keep it that way. I have a letter for the commission, which I'll hand to the planner. Thank you. Madam Chair, members of the commission, I'm Attorney Margaret Shansky. We appreciate the opportunity to introduce you to this project. I'm here this evening on behalf of Barbary 12 LLC. With me in the room are the principals, Adam Greenberg and John Giannotti, easy for me to say. Hello. And we're seeking open space conservation district designation for the property and subdivision, by the way, for the property of 31 Stony Lane. The open space conservation section of the regulations has been there since 2010. And the intent is to provide alternatives to conventional residential development based on a determination that the designation is consistent with the goals of the Plan of Conservation and Development and accomplishes the purposes of the regulation, which I've recited in my letter and which I noted that the planner recited in her report. So you have many copies of the principles. This proposal is a conventional subdivision proposed unconventionally to the extent it leaves this open space. So we have 2.9151 of the 5.8225 acre site, which is sufficient to meet the standard in the regulations. This application is coming to you this evening with the affirmative favorable subdivision referral from the Madison Inland Wetlands and Watercourses Commission, and I've appended the approval letter to my letter. This was based in part on the sensitivity of the layout of the development and the testimony and reporting of Bob Russo, who was the certified soil scientist on the case, whose report dated September 5th, 2023, and I don't know if we put it in the record, but let's put it in the record, provides a detailed description of the character, functions, and values of the wetland system and the manner in which the proposed development pattern and conservation area preserves the ongoing protection and environmental function as currently exists. And I think that is definitely the basis for the, I'm going to characterize it as enthusiastic, favorable recommendation to the commission on the subdivision. Later, parcel development will return to the commission as warranted if it is within a radius of the regulated area or the regulated area per parcel. But from the layout perspective and the maintenance of the open space, it is deemed to be affirmative. So I heard the prior hearings, and I understand that reference has been made to the fact that your plan of conservation and development is ongoing, your work on the new one is ongoing, that the current plan of conservation and development is 10 years old. But I would submit that the values and policies, we have to demonstrate consistency with the POCD. And 2013 is our Bible on that. But I want to make the observation that the values and policies represented by the proposed development, which is this conservation, environmental protection with the conventional addition of housing in a town who espouses in that POCD and going forward, the need for increasing the housing portfolio, having diverse types of housing. And even though this isn't anything other than single family housing, it's set on a parcel in a way that conserves all of this open space. It doesn't have the, I'll use the word again, conventional setbacks. But they are capacious lots, it's lovely, and it represents the aesthetic character. I don't want to use the word character, we're taking that out of the statute, but it represents the aesthetic values of the town of Madison in its confirmation and planning. So with that, I don't know if Mr. Stevens is speaking or Mr. Mandel, but I give you them.
Thank you, Attorney.
Yes, good evening. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, Chuck,
Okay.
just 1 second.
I just had a quick question for clarification. We're just getting a sort of preliminary review tonight, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Well, it's an introduction. Let's
Thanks.
call it an introduction. As Chuck is going to explain, the commission may have seen earlier iterations that had more density associated with them. And this is the improved current version that is so respectful of the resources in which it sits.
Great, thank you.
Yes, but just to clarify that question, and I did note that in my staff report, that there was a timing factor in notification of some of the required abutters. And so the
Okay.
full explanation of the plan will follow at the November meeting. So
With apologies to you one more time, Chuck. There was a deviation from the regulatory notice timing, but that's not a jurisdictional problem, but in the, in just being super safe, we're giving you something to introduce you that you can ruminate about in the ensuing.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Chuck.
Okay, we're good. Yeah, good evening, Chuck Mandel, agent for the applicant. I'm not going to plow the same field that Marjorie did. We'll discuss other aspects of the open space conservation subdivision. What we're proposing consists of 6 lots. The parcel size is just under 6 acres, and we're proposing a 50% open space, dedicated open space. Each lot will have its own code compliant septic system. We do have B100A approvals from Madison Health Department. For that, we've done extensive soil testing along with monitoring groundwater for over a year
It will have public water and gas along with underground electric utilities. And the residential units will also have subsurface stormwater treatment systems that are consistent with Connecticut stormwater quality manuals. In addition to that, some of the septic systems, we will be using passive nitrogen techniques to help mitigate the nitrogen levels that are typically done with septic systems. And the Wetlands Commission, as Marjorie did state, was very enthusiastic about that. And once again, we will be going back to wetlands for several of the lots if they are within the regulated area. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Yep. Wanted to keep it short and sweet.
That's the shortest you've ever been, Chuck.
Thank you, Erin.
I have a question. So there's something in the regulation that talks about a referral to ACA. And we're happy to go, but all we have is the lot layout and some buffer landscaping and proposed general landscaping, because obviously build out and design will be on a parcel by parcel basis. But if the commission were interested in us making that trip or a trip between now and when we meet again, please tell us that.
Is that possible, Erin,
To meet, is there time, you mean?
Yeah,
To meet
time
with
to-
ACA? Absolutely. They have a meeting on the second Tuesday of November.
yeah, if there's enough for them to review, that's great, because we appreciate getting feedback from them.
I can't say that there's
So-
enough for them to review. I suspect it would be a rather short meeting, but you
Even
can
better.
comply with the regulation, and if that's the commission's desire, we're happy to do that.
I think so, yeah. It's good to get their feedback.
Yeah, I agree.
Thanks. Is there more to your presentation?
I think that's it.
We bargained.
No
with Aaron.
pictures?
We bargained with.
Sounds like
You
it.
have
Sounds
some
like it.
pictures?
We definitely
No
bargained.
pictures? Do you have pictures? We do have some concept drawings, but we'll bring them with us next time.
Okay, great.
Yeah, we could share. I think Tony's on board. He could share a screen if you want to see something. Tony?
Okay. Next time.
Didn't
Are
need to
are
put
you
you on-
looking for an overall site plan or the building plans?
Just the overall site plan, I think.
Sorry, I'm getting feedback that we can wait till next time. That's fine.
Okay. It's late.
We appreciate this short and sweet
So
introduction, and
we'll plan for a visit to ACA in November, and it would just be a motion to continue the public hearing to the November 16th meeting.
okay, we have a motion to continue November 16th.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Have you given any consideration to affordable housing with these parcels? Like how many would be affordable?
If I can answer that, we actually went before this application was for the PDD, and we had quite a bit of resistance. So I don't think affordable housing would fly.
The premise behind affordability, certainly starting at the 830G level and the statute that facilitates the builder's remedy to introduce affordable housing, is predicated on the increase in density to self-subsidize the economies of it. And 6 houses is really a conventional subdivision in terms of density. So I think not in this instance.
But how big will the houses be? Square feet?
They're gonna vary. So, I mean, we haven't, I mean, we're waiting to see from anywhere probably from 250 to 3,500.
Typical sort
We
of
gotta see what happens first.
conventional single-family housing in Madison. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, are we have a motion to table the public hearing to November 16th? Second by Bob O'Connor. Any other discussion? In favor? You me regret that meeting. That's not what we're doing. All right, so that's the end of our public hearing section. We have pending applications, 23-35, 28.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you for your patience.
For persevering. Erin, do we have applicants for Coffee Lane?
Yes,
Coffee
Miss-
Lane.
There you
Mr.
are.
Michael Cosgrove is here
You
on
survived.
behalf of himself.
Not as
Thank
much as
you,
yours.
and his engineer, Bob Graybrick, is here as well.
Thank you.
So I'd like to do is make a statement. Only about 2 pages, so you won't be that. Okay. Now you've had a long night, so.
If you could just speak up also,
Oh, I've never
Michael,
been-
so that,
I've never been a kid. I refereed college, high school basketball, and that's where I go.
all right, so let us have
So
it.
therefore,
Bring it on.
I've never had anybody tell me I was quiet, but
Excellent.
I'll make sure I'm not.
Bring your whistle.
All right. I'll bring my whistle. All right. When we stumbled upon 28 Toffee Lane in Madison, Connecticut, we believed that we had found a diamond in the rough in the midst of an idyllic New England town. Unfortunately, this house has been nothing but a source of stress. We have accepted an above listing price off of what we did make a diamond. We hope that next owners do not have to deal with what we had to deal with. We knew that the work needed to be done, specifically the reconstruction of an 18-foot long seawall. I think we have pictures of the seawall that protected our property and the entire Lee Manor Association from threat of storms and adverse weather. We were told repeatedly, some might argue incessantly, that our seawall was a problem by both neighbors and members of the association that oversaw our 67 home communities. We filed paperwork within 2 months for the purchase of a home. The Department of Energy and Environmental Protection, Connecticut, the Army Corps of Engineers. Unfortunately, our paperwork was not approved until, due to poor management by the Association of the Community walkway that runs parallel to our home, our seawall started to crumble. And the effect of our property was, the integrity of our property was diminished. After talking to the Army Corps of Engineers and notifying the state of Connecticut that I was putting them on notice that they had sat on my application for 4 months, they approved it within a week. We endeavored to fix it fully and legally in contrast to the patchwork that had occurred over a period of over 40 years. All permits have been granted, including a license for the fence on top of the seawall. This fence ensures the safety of our family members, friends, pets, and the members of our community who like to climb and fish from the top of our seawall. Our shed has been a very hot topic at the Manor Association, simply because it impacts the views of 2 neighbors who have porches that look out over my shed. But they're dangerously close to my property with their fire pit, which is less than 10 feet away from my property, but that doesn't bother me. Though there is no law in town that protects the right to see the water, but before we get there, let us provide some context. When we purchased our shed from a local company in Clinton, Carefree Structures, we reviewed the zoning laws from Madison with John Deloria about where the accessory building could go. I was in this room here. John showed me a diagram, showed me how to measure it, size of the shed. We were putting an 8-by-12-foot shed in, and therefore we did not require a permit on 8-by-12. Because under 100 feet, you don't need a permit. That's what John told me. So we started the major undertaking of seawall, and because of that, my site became a construction site, as you can imagine, with the equipment that was there to pound the shafts into the water. As soon as construction was completed, we made sure our measurement from the placement of the shed was compliant with Madison zoning laws, 15 feet away from the house, not in our front yard. The shed was anchored with duckbill anchors, which is so strong they held the shed on Cosby Beach, placed during Hurricane Sandy. while the resident was knocked over. Also, our accessory building seemed consistent with the sheds other members of our community have on their property, or the sheds or fences that have been seen when biking along Neck Road or running on Middle Beach Road, all areas of town that are in a flood zone. Unfortunately, there have been multiple unsigned, undated letters. Maria can attest, and so can Erin, to, and including the first select woman running for re-election, from Lee Manor Association that flagged our shed as problematic. On the side, it should be known that Lee Manor has a charter that dates back to 1955 that clearly establishes their power, which is only roads and beaches, not people's personal property. Last we checked, our shed and our property is neither a road nor a beach, and therefore is within the purview, is not within the purview of Lee Manor. We are deeply confused as to why these letters have been given such weight. It is also unclear why Lee Manor has taken it upon themselves to harass us. And I mean harass, constant harassment, and defame our character through letter of solicitation among the association. With all this being said, the shed will be coming with us when we move. So the shed won't be there. But more importantly, owner, the new owner who owns the marina up in Clinton didn't want it because he has other thoughts for that area. Finally, our fence. When we bought our property, it had a fence around it, it's 4 feet. Whole property had a fence all around it. Our fence is not attached to our house. Our fence is open, it's open almost all around the property. It's only solid in the front. And it's stands at 6 feet high, the top foot being open, and has space on the bottom so it allows water to go underneath the water. Huh? It's probably about 6 inches. 6 inches, 2 inches, yeah. Well, I've given the pictures, show that when the flooding occurred on Toffee Lane, the water went underneath the fence. So it does what it was supposed to do. It follows the Madison Floodplain Management Ordinance, which does not have any additional governing requirements on fences, because you know what they did to me is my fence was totally compliant with Madison laws. My shed was totally compliant with Madison laws. So then they decided to try to go after the coastal laws.
State level.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can you just back up for a second? You said your fence was open on all sides except solid on the front. Does that mean the water side it's solid?
No, water side, it's open.
I can show
Okay.
you.
Okay, yeah,
It's-
pictures
it's
would help.
pictures.
So front, you mean the,
Yeah, I'm talking about on Toffee Lane.
got it.
All right. So that's the only piece that has a solid fence.
I see.
So on the,
I mean, we'll see.
on the west side, it's got an open fence. On
So
the front side, it's open
this-
fence.
yeah, this is
See?
Toffee Lane
See-
here,
See here?
Right,
and this
okay.
is solid.
No, that's the only solid fence. And this fence going this way is where the house is, down there, and that's not attached to the house. Okay?
Yep.
Thanks.
All right, so what they're objecting to is their pit is on the, you can see where their fence on the other side is. Their pit is on the very edge of the property.
Yeah, but that's
And that's why
not
they like
really
to
part
sit
of
there
this.
in their lounge chairs, and they're saying, well, you know, your fence is blocking my view on the sound. That's their whole objection. So you don't have any additional regulations governing fences in coastal area zones. That's what's reported by the coastal authorities in Connecticut, also by the engineer for town of Madison. When there was street flooding or flash flooding caused by a failure of our street drains to function properly, the water did not reach the fence. There was street flooding due to a nor'easter and the pipes from the beach. The flooding water went under the fence and across our yard. There was no water coming in from around town. Because the way we built I don't know if you know Pender, Rich Pender, he's up in Clinton. He builds seawalls. He built a wave. So I have a wave. So when water hits the seawall goes back out. I mean, make it 18 feet. And it goes over. As we can tell, there's nothing wrong with the fencing right now, except the Lee Manor Association dislikes it, really 2 people. If only they could put the same amount of time and energy into the roads and beaches, we'd all be better off. I thank you for listening to my experience. You realize the amount of contact from board members of Lee Manor Association that Aaron and Maria have to put up with has been excessive. It's taken a lot of energy and attention. We recognize that we always tend to present our best interactions with you, but sometimes, you know, we get tested too. And we also appreciate all the thoughtful work of Maria and Aaron and hope that this narrative provides some context for our fence. Now, the fence, I should summarize by saying, the fence follows the zoning laws of Mass. Okay, 6 feet. It's got thumb everything. The pilings that are in it, all right, are down 6 inches. They're all in solid cement. All right. The concerns raised by Coast by the entire fence being of the fence are unwarranted because it's firmly secured. And I invested in the state of what that seawall cost me $500,000. Oh, all right. So there's a lot of, you know, protection, as they put it. That seawall will be there long before that, long after the house is gone. All right. There are multiple solid fences bordering the house. For instance, on Hoppy Lane, the association's complaining. They have a straight fence all the way down along dunes, marshes, and the beach. That goes on for about 10 houses, and it's a 6-foot fence. They don't object to that one, right? And I told you about the nor'easter with water went underneath it, and we had a flash flood in August. The water didn't even reach my fence. That was all the water's coming in from the east side up Toffee Lane because the drains are clogged. And there's a pipe going out to the Long Island Sound, and they don't clean that out either, and the water doesn't go out. So the water comes in, so, you know, it was going to reach its own level. So I'd appreciate if you would approve it. You know, Robert has met with the town engineer. He's gone through all this with him, and he points out very simply, simple. He said, there's no requirements in the town regulations. There's no requirements in coastal. You are in compliance with the zoning laws of Madison. So I'm asking you to approve it and get it off the docket. Thank you.
Thank you. So,
Thank you,
just
Michael.
for clarification, I'm not sure I'm really understanding everything. The fence is already there.
Yeah.
And you've sold the property.
Yeah. But you know,
But it's within 25 feet of
Yes.
of sound.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
But on the west side.
Okay.
On the west, so on the south side, it's 75, 80 feet from Long Island Sound. The back side, it's probably another 80, no, more than that. It's probably more like 120. On the east side, there's 2 houses. So the only, and so, yeah, so, and the fence, if you measure it from where the dunes start, it's probably, I'd say probably, you know, the picture, but it's probably 12 feet from where
On the west side.
on the west side.
So, yes, so
Right.
Inland.
Yeah,
what
the-
occurred without coastal site plan approval?
Right, so we have that.
Which is, you know, some of this is you're not required to obtain a permit for a fence, a 6-foot fence. So unless there is a regulatory process for the installation of fencing within 25 feet of a coastal resource. And so there really wasn't that catch when someone applied for a permit to say, oh, this triggers a coastal site plan. So this application, as Mr. Cosgrove indicated, is the result of a complaint received by the land use department.
And the
Right,
complaint
sure.
was specifically for the installation of a shed and
Which has been
the,
removed.
It's been in
which is-
process.
Or it's getting moved.
which is removed from this application since.
I'm
and-
closing on November 14th or soon, so it's been
Congratulations.
removed prior to November 14th. I can't give you a date for getting contracts.
So at this point, you're seeking permission to retain the 6-foot stockade fence that runs along Toffee Lane, which is a private road, south in this L-shaped direction back towards the house. And as was shown in that photograph.
Yep.
The fencing, so this, as with most, all of our coastal site plan applications, it was referred to the state for comments. And most of the comments that came back were with respect to the accessory structure of the shed. And because, you know, the coastal resources in this, on this site, you know, coastal waters, there's on site, there's a special flood hazard area. There are dunes adjacent to the property. And so the, you know, the fencing was clearly within 25 feet of the dunes. The property is located in both FEMA designated VE with elevation 14, which is a velocity zone, and AE elevation 13, which is within the limit of moderate wave action. So essentially the entire property is treated as a velocity zone. Notes from DEEP basically refer to FEMA compliance and or potential impacts of wave action or impacts of a solid fence, you know, running parallel to the water. So wave action, the ability to, you know, catch debris and also, you know, possibility of
Damaging and sending it flying.
Right, so the emphasis was that if clearly the state recommends some type of an
More open.
fencing, similar to what you have on the remainder of your property, a picket style to allow water and however, in, you know, so that's an alternative to a closed design, that stockade. But the other is, you know, that you have to adequately anchor the fencing, as Mr. Cosgrove indicated, and the ability to resist wind or water forces or breakaway type feature, which I believe is why you have your engineer here to at least speak to those aspects of the fencing to the commission for consideration of any potential adverse impacts that way. Otherwise, again, there's no zoning setback information. The shed is looking to be removed and the floodplain administrator did indicate that he does not have jurisdiction over fencing in a flood hazard area under our floodplain ordinance, as it's not attached to the structure.
The main concern was whether the fence was attached to the house, and if so, with water action, whether it would impact the integrity of the house. And since it's not connected, there's a small gap between the two, there will not be any impact to the structure from the.
So that's a non-issue.
Yeah.
And you said it's anchored.
It's anchored,
Properly.
posts are anchored, yes.
6 inches.
6 inches down, cement.
Are the panels designed, do you anticipate with a storm event that they would break away?
The panels, I would assume, would break away.
Are they vinyl,
With-
did you say?
What's that?
I'm sorry, they're vinyl, okay.
Vinyl, yeah. And with the flood height elevation, base flood elevation, it would be, I think, slightly above the fence itself, so it would be coming from all directions. And something would happen.
Yeah, and you know, I don't know if you know the area, but there's Betty's Rock there.
Right.
So it'd have to go over Betty's Rock. Betty's Rock would break the waves from coming in. And, you know, I mean,
And it's
as we
been,
say, could it possibly happen? Yes, sure.
Well,
possibly.
we could have more severe hurricanes hitting us, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, your existing grades are at elevation 5 there and
The fence is 6 feet, yeah.
So,
and you're up at elevation 14.
is
Yeah.
13, 14, so.
So is the sale of the house contingent on you rectifying this situation?
Well, no, you have to close all your permits,
Ah.
right? You have to close all the permits.
Okay,
Right?
I see.
And so I'm just trying to close out all the permits.
I get it. I get it.
Right? So I got the license from the state of Connecticut for the fencing on the seawall. That's done. Gave the stuff to the town clerk. That's all. You have to wait to send it back, but then,
Yes.
which one, shed's going out.
That's done.
So that's gonna be done. And so the only thing left is this. I found one thing today. The painter who I got a permit for, I painted the house last year, he never closed the permit. I didn't know that, but you know, now that you're in the process of closing on the house, you find out he didn't close the permit. So needless to say, I called him up and said, what for? Why you didn't close the permit?
Not a zoning issue.
No.
Thank you. So, Aaron, we need to vote to approve the fence that's already there.
You would, yes, you do need a motion if the commission is comfortable with the solid fence and you don't feel that serves as some type of flood erosion control structure. That's why the applicant's engineer is here to
Yeah.
explain the design of that.
We appreciate the feedback from
Yes.
Steve and Connecticut saying more open structures are better, and I get that, because I've seen a lot of damage done by,
But since it's gonna break away in almost any service condition you could imagine.
yeah,
It becomes pretty much a non-issue of what you're telling us.
yeah.
Yes, yeah, and actually it would be interesting to see what would actually happen out there, because there'd be water coming in, but there'd be water coming up behind it also, up the road. So it basically just.
And you've already seen water go under it.
Yeah, I've seen water go
Yeah.
under. You got pictures of that. I gave you that.
Yeah.
So the water goes under
Okay, do I
it.
have a motion?
I have one I can show you. I just put it together.
Bring it on, Aaron.
You're having so much
If you
fun.
insist.
I recommended one condition, just to confirm that the detached storage shed on site located without permit shall be removed by December.
14.
I
Me-
put December
I'm
1st, 2023, in case you have a delay.
Giving you.
December 1st, yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
if I have it lit, I
Sound
can't
good?
close. So
Sounds
he
good.
wants the shed out. He's got other ideas for that property, that side of the property.
Thank you, Aaron. I can't read it from here.
Because it's an angle. I'm sorry.
John Morgan, can you read
I
that?
can read it.
I can read it.
I can zoom.
Yes, please.
Go for the motion.
For the record, yes.
Wait a minute, do we need to do? We're done deliberating.
I think it's not a
Well,
public
it's not a
hearing,
public
so
hearing.
we're good.
Voted that the Madison Planning and Zoning Commission application
Oh, I should put approve, huh?
approved.
I wasn't sure what you were gonna do.
Literally real time.
I thought you'd have it later. Approved,
Real time.
approved.
Voted that the Madison Planning and Zoning Commission approve.
Application 23-35, 28 Toffee Lane, map 13, lot 119. Zone R5, owners Michael J. and Patricia A. Cosgrove.
Right.
Coastal site plan to legalize installation of privacy fencing within 25 feet of critical coastal resource with the following condition. The detached storage shed on the site located without permits shall be removed by December 1st, 2023.
Right.
This approval is made based upon the finding that the proposal is consistent with the policies and goals of the Coastal Area Management Act of the State of Connecticut. The effective date of this approval shall be November 3rd, 2023.
Second? Bob Reinhardt, further discussion? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for all your
All
help.
in favor?
All in
Sorry,
favor, gotta vote.
Janet, are you still with us?
Janet's a yes.
There we go.
Yeah, she's enthusiastic.
All right, guys, thank you.
Thank you for your patience, both.
Thank you for waiting so long.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Long night. I don't miss
Long
these.
night.
Right? Okay, I'll do a quick one
The acquisition.
for the
Aaron?
town.
I can pull the map up if you are interested. However, this is a donation of the Fiella Estate on Cops Road, which is a triangular piece of property, which is adjacent to Bower Park. And the family, due to Miss Fiella's active involvement in the town, they're interested in donating this parcel to the town for incorporation into Bower Park. It's currently a vacant piece, 1.39 acres, has a pond on it, and sits directly next door to the Bower Park. And the town's intention is to merge that parcel with the park.
Sounds great.
And I do have a resolution for you, and that I guess our biggest consideration here is consistency with the plan of conservation and development, which would be to enhance existing town open space and park facilities. So you can make a motion. It's
Motion to approve?
likely.
Motion to approve, yeah.
Motion to approve.
Second? Any further
I'll second.
discussion? I think we have 2 seconds.
Okay.
All in
Thank
favor?
All in favor?
Sounds great. I like it when this happens.
The next one is an extension under the statutes, allows for up to 2 90-day extensions to file a Mylar on the land records for an associated subdivision. This is 9 Neck Road, which is the Watrous property. Janet, I believe you need to recuse yourself from this one.
You're muted.
Oh,
Becky.
not anymore?
Oh.
Oh, you're muted still.
Sorry, we're closed, so.
Oh, okay, not anything, okay. So the reason for the extension is the building has not yet been demolished. They had a demolition delay, and the new property owner has agreed to allow both the police department and the fire department to train inside the building prior to demolishing. But a lot of this was contingent on the removal of asbestos. As well, so there were some steps.
Aaron, sorry, Aaron,
Yes.
sorry, if I can just, the asbestos was removed
Yes.
before we were allowed to close.
Yes, it just pushed towards the delay of filing this, everything.
Oh, sorry.
All those steps. Yes, I believe it was done too.
Yeah, it's done. That's all.
Yeah.
I just-
What is
So-
a Mylar? Is that?
The Mylar is the plastic
sheeting.
map,
Drawing.
so it's the record subdivision map on the
Oh.
permanent map that gets filed in the land records.
I got it.
So a subdivision is not legally effective until that Mylar is signed
Signed.
by the chair of the Planning and Zoning Commission and filed on the land
I get
records.
to do that.
So they're required to file
With the
that map
Sharpie.
within 90 days of approval, and now you can get 2 extensions. This is the last extension that can be granted.
Okay.
So we make a motion to request.
Approve.
To approve the extension.
Yes.
The 90-day extension. Can I have that motion? So moved. Second, further discussion? All in favor?
All in favor?
Okay, it's unanimous again. Receipt
Um,
of
I-
23-29.
Apologize, we skipped right over 2347, the 6-lot open space. But there is a
Because-
note on there that says that's tabled because clearly you can't consider a subdivision until you consider the
original.
the floating
first
zone.
phase.
Okay,
Do we need to
sorry
make
about
a
that.
motion about that?
No, that's okay. I noticed it and I'm sorry
Yeah,
I
skipped
skipped
right over
it.
it. Sorry. It's my doing. And I think I'd like to skip over the next one too. But we need to say that we've received it and we need to schedule.
So
a public
the
hearing.
request is to have, yes, this is, this application came in. This is the petition for PDD designation on the property and approval of the master plan. The scheduled hearing would be November 16th is the requested.
That's gonna be a
This is the
Long
Winter
night.
Club, right?
This is the Winter Club
And in fact, the
property,
name of the
correct?
restaurant is Madison Oyster House.
Oh,
Yes.
okay, right.
It's on the application.
Yes.
And it's posted, so yeah, you can
Yes,
go look.
yes.
Excuse me, Aaron, there's Chuck Mandel here. You left me on, which is fine. I have a question regarding the Oyster House, if that's going to be our application. In regards to the signage and notifications, when do I need to post the public hearing sign?
Isn't that just in accordance with section 4, which is 20 days out?
Okay, so 20 days prior, and do I have to notify people within 500 feet?
I have to look at the specific language. I believe it is.
Okay, I'd like a clarification because.
Confirm it, and I can call you in the morning, Chuck, and tell you. I'll look it up. Just
Okay,
to double check.
I
I
didn't
think
mean
it is the 500 feet though.
okay, I didn't mean to jump in, but I didn't want any more glitches.
Yeah, no, I think.
Okay,
We can read through it and I'll call you.
okay, I'm in the Keys now, so call Tony.
Good night, Chuck.
Figures.
Okay, bye.
Thanks.
Good night.
So we should make a motion to schedule the public hearing for November 16th?
Yes.
Okay, can I have that motion?
So
Bob Reinhardt, seconded by Mike Bagda. Any further discussion? All in favor?
not needed. All in favor.
Oh, good.
I would just like to let you know that we did receive another application that is officially received this evening as well. It came in late yesterday afternoon. That did not make it onto the agenda because it was already posted. But it is indeed received, and that is application 23-50, which is 14 Railroad Avenue. Some of this commission has seen this property before and approved a special exception for residential development and a modification to that special exception. This is the third time they'll come before the commission for special exception modifications and major downtown village district alteration. This is now for 8 residential units. That would also be a request to schedule a public hearing for the November 16th meeting.
Can I say, it seems to me, Carol, and, okay, the truth is, I'm gonna be on an airplane that night, I'm afraid. So, but.
So it really
I'd love to
doesn't.
see, I know Janet's also concerned about this, that we find a way of scheduling, even if you have to schedule another meeting.
Or we've talked
That we're
about,
not, in fairness to everybody, deliberating at 11 PM on stuff.
It's like 6 o'clock meetings in one day.
Yeah, that's too many. And you're gonna get short of
Janet,
that.
you're muted.
Janet, you're muted.
Sorry, I just think it gets to the point where, we get sloppy at the end because we just all are so tired and, like that last guy, sorry, I didn't even want to listen to him. I was just like First of all, I couldn't hear him. I know he was a referee, but.
So your options of, you can't schedule any public hearings for November 2nd because we don't have enough time for that.
Understand.
We have 916 Boston Post Road.
I mean, the
Deliberation is not a public hearing. And you have Stony Lane, which may not be a long public hearing. So you have 1, 2, this is a third. Public hearing is the Oyster House. And Railroad Avenue. I do have another one that will be received. It came in today, that will require a public hearing on Wall Street. And perhaps we schedule 1 or 2 of those for the December, what is the first meeting in December?
POCD meeting?
Well, it is, but you'd
Yeah.
have to do both.
Yeah. I think that would be, if we could bump anything to December, that'd be great.
So that, hold on,
Looks like the 7th.
December 7th. So which would you? How would you like to divide that? You'd like the the Winter Club on the 16th? You already motioned for that, I
We
think.
did.
So the railroad, well, that was the first, yeah, right, that in order wise, it was that, and then the Railroad Avenue,
Could that go to the December meeting?
12/7. Yeah, we're just gonna have to adjust how we're, because the goal is also to start wrapping up some of our POCD
Yeah, right.
process as
Right.
well. And then that would allow you on receipt at your next meeting of November 2nd to schedule a public hearing for the Wall Street at the December meeting as
For
well.
Railroad
We may
Avenue.
have to do, no, there's another one.
There's another.
48A and 48B, Wall Street, will be received at your November meeting. It came in today, but it's gonna need a hearing.
Okay,
So maybe that would also be 12/7.
7, that'd be great.
Or if we don't want to do 2 public hearings that night because of POCD, we move that to the December. That's the
Even
second
better,
meeting.
yeah.
It's up to, I think maybe we can make that decision at the next meeting
Yeah, I
after
don't
speaking with our consultants as far as where we are. But it would be helpful to talk to John Guskowski as well to see what we have planned
Absolutely.
for.
Yeah. I mean, we
These
should be doing built
POCDs.
environment specifics, I think. Yeah.
Okay.
So we're waiting to discuss it further and make a motion.
Well, the railroad you can do for the 12/7, I think.
Okay. so
One
we
of
have a
them would
motion
be
to
fine.
schedule 23-50, 14 Railroad Avenue for December 7. John Duza, second by Mike Boga, all in favor? All right, minutes.
Minutes.
Secretary Duza.
Sure. October 5th, 2023, regular meeting, members present, Snow, Duza, O'Connor, Peckinpah, Reinhardt, and Morgan. A motion to approve.
So moved.
Second,
Second?
Carol, any edits or corrections?
No, great. Short and sweet.
Vote to approve, all in favor? Unanimous, okay. Next, October 10th, executive session, members present, Snow, Duza, Peckinpah, Reinhardt, O'Connor, Morgan, and Bugda. Motion to approve.
Those are really complicated minutes.
Second. Michael, any
Nothing in them.
comments? None? Vote to approve? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, no comments from me.
Nope. Thanks for your hard work
Thank you,
tonight.
everyone. Wow, I didn't expect that to be so hard.
Adjourn at 11:16.
Motion to adjourn.
That wasn't
Good night,
long.
Janet. Thank you.
And a second, all in favor?